We have over 11 million people around the world using the engine, creating their own content. And not only for game or interactive experiences, we also have filmmakers and TV broadcast and live events. We have designers working on automotive and transportation. We have uh, designers working in architecture, construction, engineering, advertising, marketing, and of course, simulation and training. As I mentioned, we have companies from all over the world working with our technology. Oh, here. And developing with our set of tools, that it's what our engine is actually a toolbox. You can find 3D environments and character and object tools, animation and visual effects, realistic real-time rendering, audio and sound effects, game logic, social voice chat, e-commerce. We have all this technology that we've used in our own projects that are completely available for you to use um, in your own projects. Here. And no matter what kind of, projects you are working on, here. And no matter in what platform you are working on and really supporting it, especially in VR projects, and we are supporting SteamVR, HTC Vive, Oculus, PlayStation VR, Magic Leap, Gear VR, between many others. And we are creating all sorts of content. So one of the main technologies we are using, I wanted to show you this. Well, one of the videos I'm going to show you is a Wreck-It Ralph VR experience. It's a completely immersive experience. Sorry?
Martina, we can't see your screen. We just see the homepage of your presentation, but you have to show us the other pages. We just see the first one. You have an
Oh, I'm
option.
so sorry.
Yes, you have
And
an
how?
option to, on your screen to show us the other pages. So
Um, oh, sorry. I was moving forward with my pages, but I don't know then if you've seen them.
you have to move forward with the application. Yes, yes, yes. Perfect.
Now you can?
Yes.
Yes, now we
Yes.
see
Oh,
them.
okay. Thank you. Uh, so, well, here it is. I'm going to leave then the video showing for the last part of the talk if I have enough time. As I was mentioning, um, uh, people are using the engine to develop all sorts of interactive content. For example, Wreck-It Ralph VR immersive experience. This one takes place in the Void that's partnered up with the Unreal team to develop this experience for 4 players that can share a full body, fully immersive VR experience supported with smells and wind effects and haptic enabled backpack, that presses their body and have different vibrations. It's a physical space, where you can actually walk around and actually touch things around you. There are currently 9 locations across North America, and there are several more to come. It's a great experience developed with Unreal Engine. Also, the film industry has been using the engine for high quality pre-visualization and virtual production. As you know, the engine has been used for great projects such as The Mandalorian. The example I'm bringing you today is actually Sean Wick #3, where they use the Unreal VR tools to define the set in real time. Um, Most of the spectacular scenes like this one with all the glass walls were designs were designed by people that could explore the set in VR in real time with these super high visuals, making decisions about lighting or decisions about design months before anybody had to even set foot on the physical set of the movie. This way, actors and directors and photography, directors, cinematographers, all went into this VR model to visualize everything that was going to be seen in the film. They even used the VR technology to help the stunt team understand how the stunt choreography would work to make it as exciting and as safely as possible. You're still with me, right? We hopefully everything is working. Here's another example from the world of training and simulation when you need to recreate reality, but it is too dangerous or too expensive to train in the real world, or when you even need a platform for experimentation or analysis, even prototyping. You can rely on Unreal to do that. This year, a startup called Be Armed rented a space in Brooklyn, in New York, and have been working with the New York Police Department on a different kind of training for their departments of Homeland Security. Also, we have a team of surgeons that have been working in solutions to change how they are training other surgeons faster and more thoroughly. With a portable training with headsets that allows them the ability to train people everywhere, and especially in every scenario. They can actually work without um, the real life consequences of working on a patient, or um, how limited experience could be when you're working on a corpse. Also, another of the experiences I wanted to share with you, it's a VR tour of Michelangelo's Sistine ceiling that is a completely immersive virtual reality experience where you can walk through and learn about the Sistine Chapel. You can download it from Steam. And to try and wrap this up in the last 10 minutes, I wanted to share with you a little bit about what Epic's philosophy is. We are a company that believes that creators are the center of the world. When you succeed, we succeed. The tools we are using are super connected between each other. It's a very strong ecosystem that we use to develop our own content. We want you to use it too. Um, if you
Marina,
love something, sorry.
Martina, just to tell you that you have 15, 20 minutes more, so you have time.
Oh, great. So I'm going to try and show you then a couple of these videos if they upload correctly.
Okay.
So I'm so sorry, this slide is in Spanish, but it says, if you love something, set it free. This is our company's founder, Tim Sweeney's philosophy. We want to make the difference, and we want you to have all the tools that we use to create our fantastic content yourself. So Unreal has many initiatives to support creators. That is why many of our decisions are designed to support you as a developer. Our engine is completely free to use. Um, we even have released millions of dollars in assets from our game Paragon for you to use for free and download. You can go to our marketplace and find all sorts of assets and content. Every week we have, every month we have new content that we release for free. You can publish, in the case of games, you can work with us also to publish your games on our platform. Even though it's a very selective process right now, we are planning on expanding it in the future. Um, we actually are the only store that is offering developers 88% revenue on if they decide to publish with us. And what I believe it's one of our greatest initiatives, it's the actual Epic Mega Grants program. You can participate of this program completely in a very easy to fill form. Um, and you can participate to win one of these, I like to call them like awards because it's what they actually are, where we are actually investing $100 million to support developers around the world. Um, if you have any kind of projects and you need financial support, please don't hesitate to apply. You can apply to up to $500,000 for each project. You can apply with your project for more than one time. If you're working um, on a student's project, for example, you don't need to be a company or a professional. You can also apply if you're trying to train your team in your company to come to Unreal and learn our tools. We are here to help you transition that initial curve. Um, right now, maybe you didn't know this, but I understand that the projects that were specifically for VR and AR have received a total amount of like $3 million. So it's a serious business. Please, if you are interested, I'm going to share my contact information at the end of this talk. You can talk to me, especially the audience from Argentina and the rest of Latin America. If you are interested in reaching out the European team, I'm going to also share their contact information. And well, you know, the engine for creators, it's completely free. If you are making an interactive VR short film or a movie, or if you're using it for these contents I mentioned earlier, right? That it's not considered a game or an interactive app that you are selling in a store. The engine is completely free to use. Only when you are selling, commercializing your game or your app, you know, like any interactive project, then and only then you have to, you won't pay us a cent in the first $1 million of revenue. It's of your royalties. Sorry, that was a hard word for me. you will only pay a tiny percentage on the revenue when you exceed that first $1 million. And the future is looking really bright. We are working hard on bringing you in 2021 the Unreal Engine 5 that it's going to have all these amazing features that will allow you to work with a powerful engine that has no limits. Right now, I wanted to share with you these links where you can go online to find all this information where you can start learning online and prepare for VR production with Unreal. There is documentation. We have a huge community. We even have different channels. Yeah, you can connect with our developers for support. Please don't hesitate and and try it yourself. You can download it today and start working. It's really that easy. So now, if the technology doesn't betray me, I'm going to try and upload for you to see this um, so while it uploads, I don't know if anyone has any questions.
So, Martina, you can see the questions in the
See?
public conversation of the auditorium. If you
Yes,
want, I can see.
Mariana Martinez asks, what would be your advice for someone who is starting as a creator with Unreal in Buenos Aires? And how can they share their work there? Hola, Mariana. Mucho gusto. So, well, we have an amazing community right now. If I'm going to share now in the chat a couple of links where the community is actually naturally getting together. For example, we right now have an unofficial Discord channel with people speaking in Spanish. Just give me a second, I'm going to share it with you. There are like hundreds of people developing their, sharing their experience, not only in development of VR content, we also have people sharing their experience on how to become an authorized instructor, for example, for Unreal, or if they are working in an education institution, how they can apply to the grants. We also have people sharing information about if they won a grant, how did they do it? It's an amazing community. Let me share with you then a couple of links here. So this is the Epic Mega Grants link for everybody to have handy there. And here is the link for the unofficial Discord in Spanish that I mentioned earlier for the people from Argentina that are present in the room. This is people from all over Latin America and also Spain, and of course, Latinos in the industry. We, as evangelists, have been creating a lot of content in Spanish for everyone also to start working with. So here are a couple of links where you can find some tutorials where my partners, Christian, Sebastian, are Hernan, Nacho, well, myself, also we are creating and sharing content with everybody. And if you give me a second, We are also available for you to make us any questions. Here are some of our social networks. If you want to reach out to us, of course, you can also reach out.
Jennifer, we are ready when you are.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you so much for spending your time with us on this lovely Thursday lunchtime. Today we have a panel on how can XR help HR, acquisition of new talents, soft skills and empathy, professional certifications, where we'll be talking about the opportunities here and how we can leverage the potential of XR in these areas. So my name is Jennifer Wren, and I'm from PwC's XR team, where we're helping clients discover and embed the real value of XR technologies. And my role focuses on how we can use VR to really transform soft skills training and remote learning to deliver innovative solutions. And today we're going to talk about, the amazing immersive technologies that are available now and how these are being used to transform the way we learn and what role VR will play in the future of learning and development. So there's lots of really interesting developments in this space, and obviously with COVID we've seen the demand for immersive massively accelerated, but the questions that still remain are really, how does VR help add value to businesses in acquiring new talent, training soft skills and empathy to train for professional certifications. So today we have a great panel and some of our key thinkers and major players in this space. So we'll start off with a quick introduction and then get right into the conversation. So today we have with us Christophe Mallet. So after nearly a decade spent between strategy consultancy and working with a VR award-winning studio, Christophe co-founded Body Swaps with one mission, which is to unlock human potential in the workplace with the help of immersive technologies. Last year, Body Swaps safeguarding training experience developed for the Humanitarian Leading Academy won the grand prize at Virtuality. We're also joined by Laurence Decamp, who for the last 20 years has been an executive coach and sophrologist and leading workshops for companies dealing with the balance between the mind and the body. She's now CEO of Ypsiland, and they provide journeys in VR for developing self-awareness as a tool for human resources. We're also joined by Manon Bruncher, who is joining us from Roberto. And Roberto's mission is to improve interpersonal skills and living together using virtual reality at the service of awareness, training and education. And finally, Nino Sapina, who is the CEO and co-founder of Realcast, who are paving the way for the future of work and entertainment with extended reality. Nino has a 20-plus year career in video games and robotics, and was previously an executive producer at Ubisoft. Has created blockbuster games, including Just Dance and served as CTO of SoftBank's robotics, having launched Pepper, the first human robot for consumers. So without further ado, let's start off with a little round robin. We'd love to hear from you all on this. Where are you seeing extended reality and immersive technology really help businesses acquire new talent and skills? And more specifically to your business, where are you seeing the most traction and momentum around this? So Nino, we'll let you kick us off.
Hi everybody. So I'm very glad to be part of this panel, and thank you, Jennifer, for a great introduction. So yeah, should I start with a presentation or is it just an introductory talk?
I think it's just more of a conversation, I would say.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so so I can, yeah, about Realcast, we created this company 3 years ago. As you said, we are coming from video games, and our approach is to give the capacity to the user to be really active in their experience, and it's kind of similar to video games, but today with the new kind of media, which is a VR, people can be even more engaged physically into the interaction between the virtual and the real world, and obviously within themselves. And so we have already developed some games for some content for a cultural space, and today we are developing a solution for enterprise to offer to the employee the capacity to play and learn together. And we think it's very powerful because it breaks the barrier of 2D screens and gives them the possibility to exchange in a very real life manners and in a natural manner. And this is what we are building at the product called Cubecast. So yeah, maybe we can talk, and after I can add more detail about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Really interesting. Thank you, Nino. Manon, could you talk to us a bit about what you're doing at Roberto?
Yes, with Roberto, we are fighting against psychosocial risk thanks to virtual reality. We work a lot with cognitive science to produce experience that can change the behavior of employees in companies. I don't want to spoil the rest of the presentation.
No, absolutely. That's really interesting too. And Christoph, we'd love to hear about, I guess, what you're seeing from a soft skills perspective, what you're doing at Body Swaps as well. Christoph? If not, we'll let Christoph go last. What are you seeing, Lawrence, in your world and
Yes, as you said, iPaceland provides journeys developing self-awareness in VR. Basically, for the user, based on a personalized diagnosis, iPaceland offers immersive courses treating mild symptoms such as trouble sleeping, anxiety, backaches, or headaches, embodiment, and also the development of soft skills. It's a personal support designed for basically human resources, totally innovative and fun, and that develops mindfulness to really feel, learn, and act. And I just want to add that the iPaceland method echoes many scientific studies which show that psychocognitive training has a very positive and rapid impact on physical and emotional health. So that's what really interested us at iPaceland.
That's really interesting. I think, I guess the whole soft skills training aspect of VR is something that we're really seeing massive potential with, just because the reality is you can't train these skills via kind of just a typical training platform on your computer, you know, you really have to be, you know, in the environment and kind of learning as you go, and getting that kind of, you know, feedback as we go along with that training. So it's difficult to measure, but I think virtual reality is really paving the way for immersive training in that respect. Christoph, are you back with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Brilliant. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to log back in. I hope I'm not going to repeat what anyone said, but so essentially, body swaps, like most VR soft skill simulation, works like a flight simulator, which means that you can simulate, instead of simulating technical incidents, you simulate difficult conversation, anything around diversity, management, interviews, and so on. And what's particularly interesting with VR for soft skills in general is, let's say that you're interviewing someone for a job and you're asking them about how they go about solving a conflict. They're going to tell you a beautiful story of something that was going terrible and how they solved it brilliantly. The only thing that you assess by asking a question like this is how good they are at telling the story. If you put them in a simulation, in virtual reality, you can then assess really how they perform in a situation that's very close to reality. And you capture a lot of data in VR, the semantic data, body language data, and all that gives you kind of behavioral intelligence that is based on a situation that is close to reality. And that creates a new kind of business intelligence that's based on human data. And that informs interview, that informs promoting people, building teams. And I think it's not only good for training, but it's good also in terms of organizational strategy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's super, super powerful. I think that you made those points exactly really clear. It's not just training, it's so much more than that. And I think, you know, as we talk more about this, I think we'll come to some of the, you know, the potential opportunities where you're going to see it next, but also some of the potential challenges that we're facing right now, and why it hasn't necessarily been deployed, you know, fully yet. But I guess back to you, Christoph. I suppose it's really interesting. From, I know we obviously know you guys quite a bit, but you know, there is often a perception that VR is a little bit of a gimmick, and then it has a kind of a novelty effect. Do you really see this as a scalable solution for, you know, a mass enterprise adoption?
Well, I mean, you're going to need two things for mass enterprise adoption. The first one is you need something that works. You need to demonstrate that it drives behavioral change better than any other solution, because yes, it's a pain to deploy. And to support that, there's a lot of academic research. So we're not talking about the vendors claiming that their solution is great. There is fantastic research from people like Mel Slater or Stanford University that shows that practice embodied in virtual reality beats any other medium, hands down, when it comes to sustained conscious and subconscious behavioral change. So that's the foundation of what we do. Then the second thing is scalability, and there are a number of barriers. We're talking about change management, we're talking adopting new software, and also new hardware. So it is scalable solutions in terms of price. It's often been underestimated how much human support the deployment of VR requires. And I think as an industry, we've moved from the why VR, I think people accept that it's a great product, to how, you know, how do we deploy it. But as vendors become more experienced, we see more and more large-scale deployment, which means that at scale we need a greater return on investment, and it's all going in the right direction.
Yeah, no, super interesting. I think, yeah, there's been so much academic research out there, and you know, it's a growing area. PwC have obviously done a big, you know, economic research study on soft skills training. But yeah, I think, you know, the more data you gather, the more you realize that, you know, it does have a huge impact, and it really, you know, you really can kind of measure that change. I'd be curious, Manon, to hear about, I guess, some of the work that you guys are doing and how you're measuring the impact of the training and offering the solutions that you do in terms of, I suppose, across those areas of focus.
Yes, well, when we produced our first experience, it was on sexual harassment. We wonder if VR was really effective to impact the user and change his behavior. So we begin to work with Elico Laboratory, which is specialized in cognitive science, to measure the impact on the solution. And we discover that VR can fool the brain, which will interpret the experience as true. It is then part of your emotional experience and therefore in your long-term memory. And it works even better when a person lack of empathy in general, because we don't ask him to imagine what other people can live. In Reveto, we put people in the shoes of a victim of sexism, of sexual harassment, or a person with disability. So you can live his life, and then you can see what other people can live in their daily life, and it has a real impact on the behavior of the person. We saw that 50% of the user of Viverto on sexism change their behavior and now react to sexism behavior when they see one, to say no, that's unacceptable. So it has a really good impact on the training in company to learn fast and to change behavior.
Mhm. Absolutely. I think it's interesting to hear about, I guess, the impact and how it does change behavior, because it's such an intrinsic technology. You know, you go through it and you do feel like you are in the shoes of others, and I think that's ultimately one of the most powerful aspects of virtual reality. No other technology allows you to kind of really put your feet in the shoes of someone else. So yeah, I think once you put that headset on and once you come out of it, you do feel like, you know, you've actually kind of been through that journey. And I think it's the key thing is you know, is measuring that. So the journey, the experience in isolation, we found is impactful, but it's how do you kind of measure this impact long term, and how do you ultimately change behaviors in the long term across an organization? Are you guys working on areas surrounding that?
We follow the same group during 1 year, and they passed first the experience on sexual harassment. Then we measure their level of empathy in general by questioning them. And with that, we could see their emotional feeling on all the scene, on all the part of the experience. So they say, okay, on that part, my emotional level was 10. And then 1 year later, we do the same experience, and we ask new question to say, okay, now what did you do to fight against this behavior, to fight against sexual harassment? And some of them took action against sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. No, thank you for that. I suppose, yeah, off the back, you know, what are you seeing from, I guess, your perspective, and how are your customers, you know, what's the feedback that you're getting from your experiences at Realcast?
Yes, so yeah, we are also working with another company who is really specialized in the coaching of the managers. So we are translating their I would say traditional way to coach the employees and the managers with the virtual tools, and what we can see is that it's much more quicker to adopt behaviors. It's much more quicker to get a result, and of course it's more, I would say, attractive, because we are also adding gamifying functionalities into the experience. So people are learning through playful experience, and not only, I would say, serious things that they have to improve during their work, but they are playing together, and doing that they are learning how to work better together. So I have an example of the one scenario about team values, which puts people in the situation they have to choose each other's team's values and then select them, and then decide which are the best ones. Which after this session, they have another session to check and to verify at a certain amount of time later what are the values, and this bring them together in a, I would say, a very enjoyable experience, while putting the ties between the team much stronger.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's got to be an enjoyable experience. And we found that as well. You know, when people put the headset on, it's usually, it has this huge wow factor. Um, you know, it's something that is still novel, but also is extremely powerful. And I think that at the end of the day, you know, learning shouldn't be just as Christophe has often said, you know, it's not just a tick in the box exercise. It should be something that really people commit to, and really believe in, and you'd want to see that from, you know, just not just a work training perspective, but an actual kind of overall development perspective. So yeah, really, I think there's lots and lots of areas where it could be applied to. But in terms of, I suppose, Lawrence, having been a coach and a sophrologist and for many years, what would you say in terms of actual progress has been made in this area? Like, have you seen the adoption of VR to be massively pivotal, or would you say that companies are, in your experience, are companies really looking to adopt virtual reality to, you know, to train and to develop these self-awareness and these soft skills, or are they doing it more from a kind of a web basis?
I would say that it's the very beginning of adopting VR for human resources, because most of them they don't know the device. But as far as we are concerned at IPESLAN, we run a studies among 100 users in 12 big companies, making them try the journeys, and especially the one feeling the tension, the emotion, asking to a personal question of the day. And this journey was responding to a matter of stress. And it was measured on a schedule on 10, and most of them, after the experience, they were less stressed. So it's just very interesting to note that in a very short time, the impact on what they feel and what they think is just they are totally somewhere else, and the impact is very fast. And according to when I was working as a coach, it has nothing to do. It's very different. So we recommend that people wear the headset at least once a week, but obviously they can do it one day and another. And the most they're going to use the headset, the most they're going to feel better and to improve their performance, and to just improve their work-life balance and all of this.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, it's that adoption. I think we are really much at the very kind of beginning, and it's a long journey ahead. And that adoption of actually using the headset and being consistent in using it is really important. I found that I think, well, at PwC we found that, I suppose, headsets as a whole, you know, it's a piece of technology that a lot of people aren't familiar with, and so how much of it do you think is important that, you know, companies and clients are investing in VR and actually deploying the headset themselves? How important is the hardware, or do you think that it's something that, you know, we could do and do it as kind of a part of a larger program? Do you think it's important that, you know, learners are using the headsets very consistently?
I would say that it's a difficult question, because soft skills is, I mean, measuring soft skills, it's intangible. So obviously, we're going to need to develop it on a great scalability in order to really measure how it affects on people in big companies. So this I wouldn't know so much, but I guess that more and more people are just realizing how much the effect on the emotional side is very important. And what I heard when people were trying the headset and the journeys of iPesland, they were saying we don't need to imagine in comparison with a meditative app or stuff like that, because they are totally in immersive journeys, and that's why it's shorter, just to realize how they feel and how they can improve their behaviors.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. I think it's one of those things where it is, like you said, intangible, but it is very much intrinsic point of view. You know, you get the qualitative data and the feedback from them. That how do we measure that quantitative data? I'm conscious of time. I suppose I'd be really curious to hear from each of you about where you think, you know, the future of VR for learning and for acquiring new skills is going to be in the next 5 or 10 years. So yeah, a little future projection. So we'll start off with Christoph.
Yeah, sure. I had a lot of interviews at the beginning of the COVID crisis with people in LND on asking them what they thought of that question, and the big answer was this is a huge acceleration of the digital transformation of learning. There's a big opportunity to rebuild what learning means in a better way, to move away from the box ticking that often the industry unfortunately has become. And the way to do that is not for VR to replace anything, it's for VR to come as a technology alongside what's existing. And one idea that emerged from those conversations is that of kind of blended learning 3.0, where nothing is better than e-learning for just acquiring knowledge and scaling quickly. Nothing replaces face-to-face for peer learning and feeling part of a community of learning. And Zoom can be fantastic for guided conversations, but VR, when it comes to applied practice, when it comes to like Roberto is doing, being in the shoes of someone else, is better than anything else. And so it comes alongside those mediums, and you can start building continuous learning programs that make the most of each technology to really transform behavior. That's the future for me.
Thank you, Christoph. Really insightful. Off to you, Manon. Where do you see the future of VR for learning?
I think VR has a great future in learning because, well, I'm the kind of person who can concentrate well in a classic training during too much time. And with VR, you can check your phone, you can check your mail, so you learn really faster than in a traditional training. And we have clients like Metro. We are a store all over France. We decided to put one VR headset per store, so their employee can train during the day, whenever they have the time. So they can train on subjects like sexism or disability. People will normally can access to this type of training because that costs a lot to take someone and then make them train like 100 people. With VR, you can do this, and that's really great for the training and for the micro learning.
Absolutely. It's a. I think VR is an incredibly scalable solution, especially when you're looking at training large groups of people. And so yeah, those kind of benefits come as the numbers grow bigger. Great. So Nino, could you talk to us about your vision for the future?
Yes. So from our part, so we did a lot of experiences in a mixed reality, which is a kind of sister technology of VR, but the difference that you can see the real world and the virtual world at the same time. And I believe that this technology will get more accessible, because today it's more expensive, but it will get more accessible to the clients. And I think it will help people to use this technology even more easier, because you're not cutting the people from the real world, but they still have an advantage of having interaction with the virtual world. This is one strong element. And another one is that building the virtual characters with the capacity of human interaction will be a big game changer. So we are already doing that, and other companies are already doing that. But there will be a huge improvement in these AI areas. So this will enable people to get trained in different situations and with different virtual guides and the teachers, so they could really do that in any situation and change their jobs very easily.
Amazing, thank you. And Lawrence, last but not least, in 30 seconds, what do you see the future of VR for learning and training?
I would say that in my area, I mean, in IPESLAN's area, it's huge. There's so many to do, so many things to do, and especially I would insist on the very important fact of developing the journey we developed on mild symptoms, meaning that the more we are going to try to prevent in companies burnout and stuff like that, it would help many people, and especially, you know, in these days we've been living, all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, Lawrence. I think we are up in time, sadly, but I just want to say a great thank you to all of you, Manon, Christophe, Lawrence, and Nino, for a really, really insightful panel and for a really interesting discussion. And thank you to the audience for your participation. Any questions, just please put them in the chat, and I'll be sure to relay them. But thank you again, everyone, and hope you enjoyed this panel.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you all. That was really good.
Hi, everybody. We are ready to start this keynote. Stefan, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Greeting, everybody. Welcome to this session. My name is Stefan Adamiak. I work at Manzalab as head of product. During the past months, actually, I had the opportunity to help building this TeamView event platform, which we are currently using for this event. And before that, in order to quickly introduce myself, I could say that years ago, I used to work in the video game industry before joining Orange, where I worked on innovative technologies related to digital content, stuff like cloud gaming, social TV, transmedia experiences, and of course, VR, even AI. So as you can guess, sorry, I forgot I have to display my presentation. For the interruption. Is it visible for everyone? Yes? Yes, it is. So, as you can guess, actually, I definitely love to explore new territories, and I could add also that I'm fond of games in all formats, digital and analog, and also a science fiction fan, which will lead us to our topic today, virtual worlds. So before going deeper into the topic, I think that it would be interesting to keep in mind a few definitions. So we won't study each one, but to my mind, they are interesting as they include many keywords, a concept like synchronous, persistent, or avatars, which are worth remembering. Actually, during this session, my goal is not to give you a lecture. I don't have any, rock solid theory to impose. I only intend to share thoughts and insights, trying to connect the dots and also make sense of the chaos surrounding us today, and maybe perhaps trigger some interesting conversation afterward. So I suggest that we begin by a bit of history. And like many of us who ended up working in the digital industry, I was inspired by cyberpunk stories. When I was a kid, I saw the movie Tron at the movie theater. I discovered William Gibson, of course, the inventor of cyberspace concept. And I switched to Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash, who coined up the term metaverse, which is still currently used in the industry, and which happens, by the way, to work as a consultant for Magic Leap also. And more recently, we also saw Ernest Cline's Ready Player One being adapted as a movie by Steven Spielberg, which perhaps refreshed or updated the mainstream audience vision of virtuality. So years after years, decades after decades, we can say that virtual worlds became a common trope in near future science fiction stories. And it inspired a lot of people. It nourished the imagination of pioneers that embrace the potential of this technology during the 90s and the 2K years. They were engineers, and they were tinkerers, and they explore the possibilities, the potential, the constraint of what would become immersive technologies. And we can say that their experimental work paved the way for the next wave, which we are currently living in. Then in the decade of 2010s, the makers came up, and companies like Qualcomm, Samsung, Oculus, of course, and many more give us the tools to maybe achieve virtual worlds today. And we may switch to a new age, perhaps. It will be the one of the next decade, and the creators one. And it's actually all of you, all of us, crafting tools, experiences, and content for this new dimension. However, I would say that virtual worlds didn't wait for the right combination of technologies to be implemented and experienced. Even, let's say, since the beginning of the web, text-based virtual worlds have been hyped for students, and we were talking back then about MUDs, multi-user dungeons, about mushes, multi-user shared histories. And as internet grew and developed, these environments and gaming environments were soon enriched with graphics, first in 2D and then in 3D. The decade after saw the success of this evolved platform, online platform, MMORPGs with titles like EverQuest and the evergreen, of course, World of Warcraft, still prosperous. But there was also perhaps the surprise of the success of more social-oriented virtual worlds like Second Life. I will digress a bit on that topic and to say that when I was working for Orange, it was more than 10 years ago, I had the opportunity to work on a community project hosted in Second Life, and it was a very interesting experience, and I had the chance to closely study and observe what was happening in this kind of environment. And my takeaway back then was that it was, of course, very niche and very complex, but I described it somewhere as an immersive social network, and I would add synchronous compared to platforms like Facebook, for instance. But beyond Second Life, which was thriving with a very powerful and dynamic life, there were also some more modest social virtual worlds like Abo Hotel or Club Penguin, which were using very crude graphics, but managed to be huge successes for kids and teenagers back then. And we're talking about tens of millions of users. And then in this decade, with the advent of the virtual reality technology, we are keeping seeing some new experiences, VR experiences, trying to achieve this virtual world experience. Of course, we've got Alspace, VR Chat, Rec Room, Sensor, many more, you know them, and we can say we are waiting to see what they will achieve in the near future. Now, if we study a bit this virtual world, I would say that they rely on a series of not so secret ingredients. And these virtual worlds, even if they are not VR-based, prove soon to be very powerful attention magnets. People are flowing and invest vast amount of time and money in them. And I think that it's thanks to a bunch of ingredients, such as the ones currently displayed. First, rewards. By progressing in power and influence if you're playing a game, but also discovering new places or spaces or communities. And actually there is always something to discover, learn or master in these environments. And I think that it's certainly the art of game design to achieve this. And this art of game design has also been used in different platforms like social media. We call it actually gamification. But one of the pillars also of virtual worlds is certainly the idea of identity building. And this is where avatars are so important. Actually, I think that creating stuff online is not for everyone. But even if you don't have any art or tech skills, every user who is offered the opportunity to spend time forging a unique appearance will do it. It could be a faithful version of you, it could be an ideal one, or completely fantasy-based. But people invest a lot of time and sometimes money in forging this identity. And it's a key of the success of virtual worlds. It's not limited only to avatars, actually. You can also include the space, your personal space, the housing building. And if I think about Second Life, we can see that people are crafting very detailed spaces to welcome their friends and so on. And if we come back to Second Life again, but also some other virtual worlds, Second Life, for instance, is teaming with a very strong ecosystem of creators, of people who are selling some items, cosmetics and fashion. To give you an idea, it's still huge in Second Life. selling and buying skins for your avatar is a big thing, and the people are easily spending maybe $7 to $10 in such skins in order to have a very photorealistic rendering of their avatar. The next ingredient, which is very important, is of course community. In such environments, you can gain status compared to real life where it takes time. You can build relationships, you can join communities, organizations, guilds, and so on. And actually, you can have genuine relationships with people in such environments. I even know some people who actually got married by meeting in virtual games. The next important ingredient is immersion. And even without relying on virtual reality, virtual worlds have proven to be immersive for their users. It's tightly related, I think, to flow psychology, which has been studied in gaming. It's the delicate alchemy of embodiment of the sense of place and presence. But this topic has already been discussed extensively, even during this event, Virtuality. But it's, of course, the power feature of VR. It must be a key effort to us. Finally, I think that the most fascinating and almost magical ingredient of virtual worlds is emergence. It requires certainly bold decisions when building your virtual world and the means to nurture it. But basically putting some dynamics in movement and let the user's actions and inputs influence the development of your world is a key to success. It could be about game economy, which is often a strategic pillar of MMORPGs. And we've seen, PhD data scientists carefully monitoring and tweaking them. EVE Online is certainly the most advanced example in this area, as every aspect of this space opera game is driven by players. Its economy, its geopolitics, its storyline. And again, Second Life is certainly the most fascinating. Almost entirely user-generating content, with the thriving economy of creators who are able to keep intellectual property of the creation and to monetize them. More recently, we've seen also VR Chat and Rec Room, which are following this example and are developing creators, ecosystems, and promoting user-generated content in order to keep their platform growing and being unique. So now I feel that we are at some kind of crossroad. And if we look back at the beginning of this year, I think that we all share the same vision that we are going toward an XR horizon, and that VR is actually a transition. So almost a year ago, we were on a kind of trajectory leading us in a matter of years to optimize the tried and proven XR technologies. It was perhaps a matter of months or a couple of years before we could see a new generation of lightweight devices powered by 5G networks. And then at some point, maybe by 5 years, we would reach the promised XR age of enlightenment, which would include the virtual worlds we had been dreaming of. Sorry. But then COVID-19 happened, and it was not only a crisis, but maybe a catalyst. Because after the shock, actually, we had to reinvent ourselves, to reframe our vision of the future. And actually, the need to connect, to collaborate despite the crisis, despite the distance, is already here. And what we've been working on for years now is getting a new meaning. And I think that this crossroad is actually an opportunity, because we can leverage our expertise in VR, in immersive technologies, to address those needs. And I think that the most striking element is perhaps this idea of adding space and present to current communication tools. To share you an anecdote with you, during the COVID lockdown back in spring, we were using, Zoom, Teams, Discord, Slack, many tools like this. And after work, we used to gather in order, to share some stories, to spend some time together. But we felt frustrated by the fact that we were all sharing the same space, the same screen. And I think that maybe this frustration was one of the seeds which led us today to build this platform we are sharing today, TeamU event. Because we could not, leave a conversation because there was only a topic which was the center of the attention. We wanted perhaps to evolve, to wander between groups, and we were expecting actually some space to walk in. And this is perhaps what we have to try to achieve in the future. So in order maybe to conclude this short overview, I would say that before achieving XR technology and this virtual world dream, we will certainly see first some professional and mainstream virtual environment like the one we are sharing today. But for a broad spectrum of use cases beyond gaming, for B2B events like today, of course, but also for education, for culture, for entertainment, you name it. I also feel that we will have more and more space to include immersive tools, some modules, some experiences, and next year's Virtuality will certainly have more integrated VR elements. But can we talk about virtual worlds either? I think that it would be perhaps more a new digital dimension, like the web was during these early years, a new place to explore, to discover, where more or less persistent islands will pop and develop, which will connect and interoperate slowly over time. Maybe they will merge at some time down the road in some kind of metaverse this time, but again, different from the one envisioned by Stephenson's. Like the web was different from Gibson's cyberspace, but it will definitely inspire the future metaverse. I would also add that we should not forget what awaits us beyond COVID-19. Returning to the good old days won't be easy, and actually we shouldn't try. We have more crises looming, which are even more threatening, perhaps. Global warming is here and its consequences. And we have to manage, if we manage to globally unite and collaborate, we can avoid collapse next decade. Will be definitely a different world. So with less travels, with more mindful consumption and production, new values, etc. Therefore, working for building virtual worlds should be done with this text in mind. Our platforms should not aggravate the global crisis or encourage only escapism. On the contrary, we should contribute to a more mindful and resilient civilization. It should sound dramatic, but it was late when I thought about this, and I tend to be more lyrical in such cases. Anyway, two more things before perhaps discussing further together. All these reflections remind me also about Jane McGonigal and our book, which is called Reality is Broken. I suggest that you listen to our TED conference to read our book and think about how all the energy spent in building and experiencing virtual world could be reinvested at some point in the real world. And finally, I will just conclude with this quote displayed on the screen by William Gibson. Future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. Thank you. If you have any question, I will be happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. It was really interesting. Maybe we have some question from the audience. And just Stefan, if you could maybe lower a little bit your headphones. or speakers because I've got some echo.
I don't have any headphone.
Okay, it's okay.
Sorry.
We got one question from Yves-Marie. Is the metaverse dependent of the GAFAM platform?
Yes, of course.
Very
We
good
can
question.
see, of course, Facebook Horizon will be certainly the next big thing in a matter of months. We heard also about Amazon, which was building some kind of virtual world. But I think that there will be some places for maybe some kind of protocol or open source technologies to develop. I think that, for instance, the Second Life platform has been developed as open source. It's called OpenSim. Of course, it's very clunky, it's very geeky, but I feel that using tech trends like blockchain and open source, we can achieve some common standards which would allow to have independent virtual worlds. And maybe also at some point, we could have some interoperable avatars, identity, thanks to blockchain, which could travel from virtual worlds to virtual worlds, bringing in your history, your transactions, etc. So I feel that it will be hard to live under the shadow of GAFAM, but there will definitely be some interesting stuff to rise.
And we had a question from David about providing feedback to improve TeamU. So as I said, we've put on the Virtuality booth a survey. So you can access to this survey by coming onto our booth. So of course you can give your feedback through this survey, and you can write directly to Stefan. I can see his email on the screen. So feel free to share your feedback as you want. And we got another question from Mia. How do you see the recycling of the hardware it still takes from the metaverse to exist working?
I will try to rephrase perhaps the question. I see here the question of the hardware. My guess is that we will see more and more cloud-based rendering, and the question of hardware will be less important as today. I think that we will have more, durable devices because the updates actually will be more online on the server side, whereas the devices that we will use in a matter of years will be about displaying and sensing your environment in order, to get information or capture your movements, your emotions, and so on. And the cycle of devices will be a bit longer to my mind, whereas the processing power will evolve very quickly on the server side, allowing to have a much more complex and vivid environment to render on the devices on the client side.
Any other question? Yeah, one from Lance. You recommend that we shouldn't go back to pre-COVID routines. How can we convince people to invest more in meeting in virtual worlds when a lot of money and jobs depend on meeting in person?
Of course, it will be very difficult to impose virtual reality or virtual worlds and so on. But I think that imposing is not the right stance. I discovered during the past years that, for instance, some people don't want to be force-fed with a new technology. Instead, we have to study the work environment, the actual workflow of the audiences that we try to reach, and we have to articulate virtual reality and immersive technologies or virtual world experiences with this workflow. For instance, B2B event was an easy case, I would say, but virtual meetings will be difficult to achieve until we have proper tools in order, to take notes, and of course, to capture emotions and subtle body language and so on. So it will be hard, and we should not try to reproduce reality, but instead try to complement it. For instance, if I am standing right in front of you there, I would like maybe, next year or after, to put on a VR headset and being able to actually reproduce my body language in front of you, or maybe manipulate a 3D model on the stage. So in that case, I see more some kind of continuum of experience between the flat screen and the immersive equipment like a VR headset, and switch from one to the other and back, depending on the context and the added value of the VR tools. So we have to be careful and not to replace or to force our solutions, but instead articulate them with the actual workflow.
Yes, Victoire. To answer your question, we are live on YouTube on the Virtuality channel. So you can find the streaming of this conference directly on our YouTube channel. So you can get the replay as well. And do we have another question? Right now, no, but I got one, Stefan, for you. We know with technology, it's sometimes hard to avoid getting a gap between people who have access to internet, who got a good connection, we got the right hardware for different reasons. It could be for money, it could be because of troubles of connections, because people don't get the technology in their territories. So how can we avoid this kind of troubles, because virtual worlds need to get as many people as possible to be useful, to get the maximum potential. And second question, which is linked with this one, is how can we train people to use these tools? We can see it with virtuality. For some people, it's really easy to get into a virtual world, but for some, it's very new and it's sometimes a little bit hard. So how can we help them?
Yeah, I fully understand. And actually, having Virtuality Experience 2020 on the flat screen was one of the is part of the answer you ask. If we stick, to only virtual immersive and VR experience, we are keeping outside this new potential a lot of people. And I think that beginning on a screen which is familiar to the audience is a key to success, and we will have to slowly educate the audience. I think, for instance, about Apple, how they are advancing, their agenda regarding augmented reality. They don't have any, dedicated equipment device yet, and but they are slowly introducing the idea of augmented reality on a familiar device for the audience, which is the smartphone or the tablet. And I think that we have to do the same regarding, virtual worlds and immersive experiences. And again, I mentioned this idea I have in mind, which is the idea of the experience continuum, starting on a screen and then switching to a different device for a different usage, and then switching back and forth. So I think that it's one of the key for educating the users to this potential. Otherwise, it's also a matter of time invested and effort in, of course, tutorials, onboarding funnels, and so on. We have to be very careful. We are using, the patterns of gaming, but there are still a lot of people who are not familiar with this interaction grammar, and we have to be progressive and to introduce a concept and a more advanced usage carefully. So I think that it will require some time.
Should we recommend professionals to play more video games?
Indeed. or to visit virtual worlds which are not game related, but
All right,
still
and
using the same
talking about
grammar.
video games, I guess you're pretty inspired by video games when you're building a platform like TeamU. You talked about video games a little bit into your presentation. Is there new things for 2021, for example, that TeamU have in mind, inspired by video games?
Well, actually, I think that it's indeed a source of inspiration, but our focus should be on not only trying to stick to the race for innovation in video games, but on the contrary, I would say that we have to maybe have a more humble approach. And when I was mentioning the Nintendo moment earlier, I maybe skipped too quickly on this one, but during the 2000s years was the Nintendo DS and the Wii, which were console for not for gamers but for casual users. And I think that there was also a lot of efforts in terms of game design, of interaction designs, in order to adapt some efficient solutions coming from the video game industry to a broader audience, less familiar with the interaction grammar I was mentioning. So I think that it should be our focus to make it more casual and more mainstream and more inclusive also. So we have so much to achieve in order to broaden our audience.
And do you think that we talked about the GAFAM a little bit before? Do you think the GAFAM will go onto the game of virtual worlds like Facebook with Facebook Spaces? And how much is it important for them to go on these topics?
Well, it's definitely a key strategy for Facebook, obviously, and I think that it's all based on the attention economy. As I was mentioning, the virtual worlds are very powerful attention magnets, and in terms of stickiness, in terms of time spent, and also in terms of monetization, I think that it's a gold mine for GAFAM. And when I think about the social virtual worlds I was briefly mentioning, there were some studies regarding the average revenue per user. I don't even talk about the average revenue per paying users, but on platforms like Second Life, it was like $10 per month, which is quite huge. And if you talk about platforms like Fortnite, like Minecraft, like all these ones, they manage to monetize a lot. So it's definitely an interesting territory to invest in for them. Data sovereignty.
You got the
It's a
question,
complex one.
Stefan? Yeah, it's your view about data sovereignty.
It's a tricky question. I think that I'm a fan, of Jaron Lanier, but it's a personal view. I read his book, Who Owns the Future, and I recommended it. And I'm expecting at some point some declaration of digital rights for all humans, where we would be able to keep our personal data and to have some formal contracts with the internet actors, and maybe be involved in the economy generated by these transactions. And of course, it's a key element for the countries, but I'm not an expert in this field.
Okay, we got a question from Lance, another one. You don't have to answer to start with, but do you think Facebook Horizons will be any good compared to the other VR platforms you mentioned?
They have so powerful means that they can achieve huge stuff over the years. I think that they have a very slow pace currently, and they have to to stick to what Rec Room or VR Chat have achieved in a couple of years with smaller teams, but they have so many teams to add up, to pile up in order to build something interesting, that they will do it, of course.
We got another
So I'm
question
looking forward to
oh, sorry,
testing
sorry.
Facebook Horizon.
I thought you were over. Thank you. Sorry. We got another question from David. So he said, what are the current standards in terms of spatial networks?
Spatial networks. If I read correctly this question, it reminds me what we call spatial computing, which are related to HoloLens and metaverse. Okay. Well, if I look back at yes, here on this slide, I think that this picture on the screen is taken from Magic Leap conferences, the idea of Magicverse, as they call it, and by saying Magicverse, of course, it's related to metaverse. And we see that there are some layers, and we can see some kind of smart city layer, then to all the Internet of Objects and so on, and layer after layer you come to more abstract or content-based layers where you can interact and meet. And of course there is indeed a connection to actual position in the actual world, the physical one. I think also that Facebook has been investigating in that direction, and they are looking to map the world itself, to have some kind of digital twin. So I think that it will be certainly a big thing, but given, and it's only a personal view, and don't get me wrong, I think that it requires a lot of resources, a lot of processing power, a lot of carbon being emitted. So I doubt that we will have the time to achieve this before we have to become much more sober in terms of technology. So it might be an interesting dream, but the course of the world currently will perhaps prevent us from reaching this level of integration with the physical world.
What's the entire name of the writer you talked about? Jerome something?
Jaron Lanier, I will
yeah, can you write it onto the chat? Yeah, thank you very much.
And actually, according to me, his most interesting book was Who Owns the Future? It begins to be a bit aged, but it's still very interesting. Yeah, it's the most recent one, last.
It will be the last question from Noel, because I hope, because we're a little bit late on the other auditorium, but I think it will start in 5 minutes. So the question is, we are trying retailers to create an immersion digital experience to sell their products in sense of place of presence. Is a good idea to create huge content?
I don't think that we need huge content. I think that the kind of platform that we are currently building will allow also to have some pocket islands, pocket bubbles, where it will be actually possible to interact live and to have this kind of synchronous interaction we were mentioning in the introduction of my presentation. So we will definitely have an array of combinations to imagine using more, structured environment, or in like the one we are currently using. So I think that there will be some places for deploying small pockets for retailers, for digital showrooms, and so on. But again, it's related somewhere to this idea also of the metaverse connected to the physical world. It's interesting to make some connections there.
Thank you very much, Stefan. It was really, really interesting. Thank you all in the audience for your questions and for being here. We will have another conference in a few minutes on the other auditorium with Joanna Popper. And
thank you for your questions too. It was exciting to discuss with you.
And if you want to follow the discussion with Stefan, you can go on the TeamU booth into the hall number 1. And I think, if I remember well, your number is C3 for the booth. And of course, you can discuss with Stefan everywhere during the event.
It's just next to the. Thank you very much and your experience in virtuality. And see you soon in the LA.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Kira, ready when you are. We'll wait for Joanna and hope she'll join us before the end of the session. Kira, I don't know why I can't hear you. Can other people tell us? Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. Perfect, go for it.
Wonderful. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This version that we're on is V29, right?
Yeah. You can just go for it and start your talk, and we'll just wait for Joanna.
I know she's just telling me she's still having some trouble getting in.
I'm helping Joanna on the other side. Don't worry about it. Just go for it.
Great.
Kira, maybe we can start your keynote. Maybe you can start doing the intro because we're already 15 minutes late. So we'll try to wait for Joanna as much as we can, but maybe you can start what you had planned.
Sure. Okay, great. You've got it. 1 second. Give me just 1 minute, Valentina, and I'm going to pull something up. Actually, Joanna had this planned, so I was joining the conversation with her, but I'm going to, you know what I will do is I will talk about our recent production that we did at the Venice Film Festival.
Awesome.
So give me one quick moment, Valentina, and I'm going to come up with a very quick solution.
Don't worry about it.
Seconds here, and I will solve this.
Should we start now?
Yes, you can start it out if you want. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes. Okay, so welcome everyone to the XR at the 5G era presentation. My name is Mathieu Ducrot. I'm Product Marketing Director at Orange, in charge of 5G B2C services, with a special focus on XR product and services.
And hello, everyone. So my name is Morgan Boucher. I'm the Innovation Director and Head of XR at the Orange in the Content Division.
So today we will talk about the new capabilities offered by 5G and how it will support the development of a new generation of XR services. But first, let's talk a bit about 5G. Let's review together some of the main points about it. As you know, mobile bandwidth needs continue to grow year after year. It was plus 40% last year in 2019. The growth comes from a growing demand for training, working, producing, communicating, having fun, and managing daily life. At the same time, more and more connected devices are using the mobile broadband. This means that the mobile network needs to handle more devices in the same area. 5G is a technology that will answer to this situation to enable us keeping the same quality of service as we have today, providing more bandwidth to support growth and ability to manage the increasing volume of connected devices. But 5G is just not a basic evolution of mobile networks. It's also a great opportunity to develop new usages to answer to consumer needs and solve complex problems. Each mobile network's generation has its key application, and we can easily bet that XR will become one of them for the 5G network. That's why this new generation of mobile network could become unmissable for XR professionals. Actually, many verticals will take advantage of the new capabilities offered by 5G. For instance, in the medical field, the real-time capability of 5G will enable complex surgery operations to be handled remotely in the future. Agriculture will be able to take advantage of connected drones to maximize productivity and operational efficiency. 5G is also an important evolution for the industry, especially in the robotics field, as robots will become more autonomous thanks to it. So many verticals will be deeply transformed in the coming years. But another major evolution is coming and will result in deep transformations in many domains when combined with 5G. Of course, I'm talking about XR, and more especially about 5G powered XR that is already giving birth today to a new generation of products and services. So let's have a look at this.
So to introduce this slide, so to see how the XR will be big in the future. So when I mention XR, necessarily we are thinking about AR, VR, and mixed reality as well. So we can see on this slide two separate horizons. So the first one is the augmented reality horizon, and the second one is the virtual reality horizon. So we can expect that over the next few years, these two horizons will come together on several levels. On one end, at the social level, we think that the social will be agnostic of the AR world or the VR world, and able to leverage social experiences between AR glasses and also VR devices. And the convergence also at the terminal level, since we can estimate that AR glasses and VR devices connected to the mobile could be merged at some point thanks to the new tethered smartphones. So edge computing will be probably a key component to introduce XR cloud solutions that we will discuss afterwards.
So augmented reality is already here today. It's right in your hands. It's happening today, taking root more and more each day in our smartphones. And 5G is offering the bandwidth needed to load complex 3D models on the go with no latency. 5G is clearly the right technology to enable qualitative AR experiences in our daily lives. So, augmented reality, but what can we do with it today? Today, augmented reality first has the power to make basic use cases even simpler and more accessible. It's really first about making daily life easier, like for instance, facilitating the IKEA shopping experience, testing virtually furniture in its own living room. But on the other side, it's also about offering new entertainment experiences that were not possible before. For instance, Snapchat is proposing today its London customers a new social entertainment experience to virtually repaint houses in a specific street. This experience is persistent and collaborative, meaning you can play it with friends or strangers, sharing the virtual creation all together. Another great new experience that we are developing at Orange consists in giving live sports spectators the ability to display statistics during an event in real time to complement the action that you see on the field. This way, the spectator is more connected than ever to the event. He's able to better understand the action on the field, with, for instance, the speed of a player or the visualization of the most intense areas on the field just by pointing at it with a smartphone. But we see that there is new devices coming on the market. I'm talking, of course, about augmented reality glasses. There is still, of course, some barriers to address before this kind of device can really become mass market. When I mean mass market, I mean like if your grandmother would use it on a daily basis because it just makes her life better. This day is likely to happen when this kind of glasses will look just like a regular pair of glasses and offer a reasonable angle of view with good computing capabilities. We believe that this could happen around the year 2023, thanks to the power of 5G. But already today, we see that devices are progressing fast. The Unreal Glasses model, for instance, is already very convincing. It's light, only weighs 88 grams. It works with the 5G smartphone. In a nutshell, it's an important step in the right direction. Of course, big companies are also working on the same type of product. Facebook, for instance, has recently announced the project Area. At Orange, we are studying how these new devices will impact our ecosystem of services. And one of the hypotheses that we make is that augmented reality glasses in the future could become the ultimate screen. With the augmented TV experience, we are reflecting on how Orange TV services will evolve in mixed reality environments, thinking about how regular contents will be enriched and enhanced tomorrow thanks to 5G-powered augmented reality. Let's have a look at what the consumers are saying. From the data collected on the Orange footprint in Europe, represented on the left of the slide, you can see that XR use cases seems to stimulate a high level of interest, whether you talk about communication in 360 environments, or watching a music concert or live sport event in VR, or even playing to a multiplayer game in AR. This is also confirmed by other complementary studies, like the Ericsson one on the right side, showing a strong appetite from consumers to get new types of contents based on VR. In addition to this, and even if it's not a surprise at all, we have the confirmation that younger generations, teens, millennials, are the most optimistic regarding XR technology, whereas older generations are more skeptical regarding XR. This gives us some insights on who could be the early adopters for the future XR content and services.
So let's talk about Orange VR experience. So at Orange, we are working to develop a platform which is called Orange VR Experience. And this platform will be able to distribute virtual reality and globally immersive content to all of our Orange customers. So for instance, it's a beta version. So launched in 2018, and we are supporting countries, Orange countries, to prepare future offers. Today, it's mainly about 360 videos coming from many different types of studios over the world. And tomorrow, we imagine we'll be able to integrate more content with more studios, and also new kind of experiences like virtual live experiences, but also 2D content from the TV channels that we have, for example, in Spain or in France, and distributed by Orange. And finally, new experiences such as social and co-viewing experiences to make this this platform and this experience a great moment. So few words about live events. So we can see on this slide many options, many use cases around live. So we can see on the left a first use case about live events around augmented reality in the case here. So we can imagine that an augmented TV approach with dedicated contextual holograms to enhance your experience in front of your TV sets. So this is the first experience. The second one on the right, it's an immersive live video 360 events. So you have access to the basketball match or the football match or live concerts, whatever. And then also a mix between 2D content and 180 degrees content on the left. A new approach to be emerged into a new kind of experiences. And finally, on the right, the fully CGI experience thanks to artists and through avatars like the John Legend live experience a few months ago. And we're working on these different approaches for live events in Orange VR experience. So everything becomes 3D because everything is software now and tomorrow. And social will be everywhere and is already everywhere, in fact. So regarding social features, the technology allows us to imagine social elements in different types of events and platforms for virtual experiences, but also during real life. So we can imagine to have a cross social experiences between virtual and your real life. And thanks to the XR cloud technology, this technology will help us to connect the virtual world to the real world seamless, since everything becomes 3D and social.
But XR is obviously not limited to B2C product and services. XR and 5G will together accelerate the development of a new generation of services that will transform many verticals on the B2B side as well. We believe that real estate, of course, will directly benefit from it. Smart cities will enable tomorrow new type of AR-based social interactions, and navigation as well will be deeply transformed thanks to AR. Education and professional training will take advantage of XR, whether you want to immerse a classroom in a specific context or to learn a new gesture directly on the spot. VR and AR will be the most powerful technologies to help you. Retail is already leveraging on XR to test a new product, to customize a product before you actually buy it, or even to provide new types of retail experiences in stores. The tourism industry will be transformed as well. Tomorrow, you'll be able to visit a place or plan a trip from any place in the world thanks to VR. And during your trip, you will be able to benefit from contextual and specialized information on the go. Of course, the industry will enter a new era thanks to XR combined with the mobility offered by 5G. Technicians will be augmented thanks to AR. Product design and industry workflows will improve and be much more efficient tomorrow as well. And this is just the beginning.
So now a very quick overview of the telco approach in the rest of the world. So we can see that other telecom operators are working on XR, and we can see here the major players in the telecom world, both in Asia or in the United States or in Europe, are working on different approaches around augmented reality and virtual reality, with some example and topics like XR entertainment services, but also AR for marketing tools and communication. And finally, all of these big players are working on the B2B sector and also on the XR cloud solution to be this technology a reality.
So now that you have a good overview of the new types of XR-based products and services that will be enabled thanks to 5G, let's have a look at the tools that Orange is offering to develop innovation. We have recently launched a dedicated program offering to companies and organizations the opportunity to leverage on 5G to build innovative products and services. We have three main objectives with this program. First, to help companies understand what 5G can bring. Second, to stimulate innovation within the company. And third, to enable companies to enrich their product roadmap. We offer different flavors for all the companies that would like to enter into this dedicated program. First one is a discovery. We offer education with dedicated presentation, demonstration, and virtual experiences as well, like webinars, for instance. Second flavor is a sandbox. We will focus on this in a few seconds. And the third one is a training proposition to give companies the right expertise by giving some courses on general 5G knowledge and deep diving into some specific and critical topics. So thanks to Orange 5G Lab, a company that wants to build its own 5G powered XR products will get access, once qualified, to some nice technical resources. The first one is the 5G network, of course. You will get access to indoor and outdoor coverage, to some future features of 5G in preview, but also to critical XR cloud resources plugged to a 5G environment. You will also be granted access to some exclusive 5G XR devices, such as the Unreal AR glasses that we mentioned previously, and also to some exclusive 5G connected VR headsets. And last but not least, you will have access to a high level of expertise in several domains, technical support, of course, but also product marketing to make sure you have the right market positioning with your product, and design expertise to make sure that the user experience is right. In order to onboard in the 5G adventure, we are offering the opportunity to attend to some dedicated thematic webinars. You can already replay some of them if you want, with dedicated session on sport events, education and training, and smart cities. And next year, on the 12th of January, we propose you to join a dedicated session on 5G and XR opportunities. This event is a chance for anyone willing to go further in this topic to deep dive in a fascinating exchange between industrials, business partners, and experts of 5G and XR. So in a nutshell, if you think that your XR-based products could benefit from the 5G power, do not hesitate to contact us. We'll be more than happy to study how we can explore this opportunity together. Since you have well in mind the potential offered by Orange 5G Lab, we will now focus on the last part of this presentation to explain you our vision about the XR cloud and how it will enable XR to become truly mass market.
So let's talk about XR Cloud. So it's a new technology thanks to 5G network and edge computing with a number of very large options for B2B and B2C. So from the middle to the outside of this circle, and to explain more concretely. So the first item at the core network is the ability to deport the processing of AR and VR devices, which will have the effect to reduce the size of the headsets, lighter and more affordable and more easy to use. So you put the processing outside of the device. At the same time, at the device level, so we can expect to see new kind of devices connected every time, everywhere, able to stream VR and AR applications directly from the cloud. And last but not least, with a low latency for a better experience for customers. So XR devices are full of sensors to analyze the context in 3 dimensions. All of these volumetric data captured by the glasses and headsets should be stored and processed at the XR cloud level for a sovereign approach and to ensure a comfort and identity security for customers.
In conclusion, if you should only retain a few points from this presentation, here they are. First, 5G is an evolution of mobile networks to sustain sustain quality of service in the context of bandwidth need growth, but that will also unlock new opportunities to develop the next generation of XR products and services. Second, this new generation of XR experiences will take several forms. On the B2C market, it will concentrate on daily use case, but also on entertainment, leveraging on social and real-time synchronization that only 5G is able to support when on the go. On the B2B market, many verticals will be transformed as retail, smart cities, industry, tourism, or even education and professional training. Third point, 5G is already key to support qualitative AR experiences in our smartphones today, and it will be mandatory tomorrow to support mass market AR glasses. Fourth, XR Cloud is an important technological step to support the development of mass market XR. It will enable AR glasses miniaturization to fit in a regular pair of glasses with an acceptable angle of view to provide the right level of immersion and multi-users real-time capabilities at the same time. Finally, to move forward in this not so far future and build the next XR product and service, you will find all the support that you may need within our Orange 5G Lab premise, so feel free to contact us. Just a few next steps before closing this presentation. Tomorrow, we will be giving a dedicated panel with some Cloud XR experts, moderated by Morgan. Next year, as already mentioned, we will hold a dedicated webinar on the 12th of January to deep dive into 5G and XR topics. So feel free to subscribe from today to attend to this unique event. And finally, to get in touch with us on Orange 5G Lab, don't hesitate to contact us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for your attention. And I think we have some time left to take some questions.
If anyone has any questions, you can pop them up in the chat and I'll read them out loud. So we have a question from David saying, could you tell us why XR Cloud plus 5G ready devices is a better choice for the planet than high-end devices running the experience locally?
So this is a complex question, I would say. What I can say is that from what we see at Orange, the device itself, the high-end device itself, has much more impact on the planet and especially on a carbon footprint than the network. So we believe that it's better to promote this kind of approach. But again, this is a complex question, so something that we are very careful to monitor if what we do is an improvement regarding the question of the environment. But we believe that 5G will be positive for the environment in the end.
Thank you. Does anyone? Oh yeah, a question from Mia. Would your lab be willing to help and or support research and development projects for culture that, as we know, have been so deeply affected by COVID?
We will be studying any request to enter into the Orange 5G lab. But what we are very careful when qualifying requests. We are very careful to be sure that the work that we will do together will be valuable for everyone. We really want to support companies and to help companies that needs 5G and not to push 5G, to force pushing 5G. It's not at all the spirit. So if you think that your product could benefit from 5G you can easily contact us. Just need to scan the QR code that is displayed on the screen at the moment. And then we will be able to study your application.
So I can give a quick answers for Matthew and David now. So Matthew, so what would be the main key for XR adoption? So we think there is a lot of many features to answer to this question. I think social it will be the key. Content will be the second key, and probably to have the best network plus small devices accessible for everyone. And for David, so yes, you're right. So the approach is to render on the cloud and to stream the pixels from the cloud. Correct.
I don't know if anyone else has any other questions.
Don't hesitate to visit us to the Orange booth, very close to the auditorium. So we will be happy to have discussions with you.
And you can have dedicated sessions on a lot of 5G and XR oriented topics on the Orange booth. So don't hesitate to come.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Enjoy your virtuality session in 3D. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
all.
That was
Bye-bye.
Thank
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm testing a new microphone. So okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jason Lovell. I have the pleasure of managing the XR strategy team for PwC UK. Thank you, Clement, for your message. You can hear me. It's very helpful. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here today. So I wanted to thank Valentina for inviting me. Basically, over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to be running you through a number of different studies that we've conducted at PwC over the last couple of years, including a very shiny, brand new one that we released only a few weeks ago that looks at the usage of XR in industry. So I shall get started. Back in 2017, we undertook a big piece of research to look into the XR startup ecosystem in the UK. And in doing so, ended up looking at almost 500 different startups in this area. So in this report, we evaluated them based on a number of criteria. And these were things such as how mature they were, whether they were content providers or not, or if they were service providers, technology companies. And we also spent a bit of time looking at whether looking at the VC funding side of things as well. And you can see some information here, but this is accessible via our website. It's free to access, but it gives you a really good overview of what the XR startup ecosystem looks like in the UK. So now that study was obviously very much about the supply side of things. So the startups and the vendors that were actually providing the technology itself. But what we wanted to look at after that was the demand side, i.e. looking at what organizations actually want from XR technology today, which is actually arguably even more important because it tells us a tremendous amount of information about what's in demand, what's needed. So we felt like that information would be of huge value. And not only that, a very interesting area to explore in detail and find out more about. You may also have seen that a couple of months ago now, we released a really exciting study that looked in depth at the real value of soft skills training using VR. This is an area that we're really passionate about. We do a lot of work around in PwC with our clients. So you can see a number of statistics here. And again, you can access this. I can share the link. Please get in touch. I can share more details on it. But ultimately, what becomes clear from the data that we gleaned was that VR can be better, faster, and cheaper at scale than traditional training methods. So as you can see here, it can result in learners being 4 times faster to train in VR than the classroom, nearly 300% more confident to actually apply what they learn after this training, and have a far higher emotional connection to the content, which is obviously a hugely important element in terms of user concentration, engagement, and memory retention. So this is a really, really exciting study for us, and one we've got a lot of positive feedback on. And it just shows, I guess, why we're so passionate about this topic, because there's some actual evidence to show that VR training, when used in the right way, can have a ton of really, really interesting benefits. So both of these studies looked at VR and AR from a micro perspective, i.e. a very particular perspective, whether that was XR soft skills training or XR startups in the UK alone. So what we wanted to understand is more from a macro perspective, a wider perspective, and that is, what is the real value of XR technology? How will VR and AR really alter or enhance the economies of countries all over the globe? And how do we measure this? So we are very lucky in the PwC network. We have a lot of subject matter experts, a lot of people that we work with across the globe. So we work with our economists in the UK firm to see if we could find out what impact XR, i.e. VR and AR technology will have on the global economy moving forward. And so this was a tremendously important study for us. And the result, what we did find out as a result of this study, is that VR and AR have the potential to boost global GDP by 2030 by up to $1.5 trillion, which is clearly a hugely important and very, very exciting number. The headline amount that you've just seen there is comprised of these 5 main buckets you can see here: presented to you in decreasing order from left to right of application areas. So firstly, we have product and service development here on the left-hand side, which contributes nearly $360 billion to the global economy by 2030. And that is to do with organizational meetings, remote collaboration, design and visualization of assets, flexible working, various things like that. The next bucket you can see alongside that, is healthcare, which stands at $351 billion, which is also including the training of surgeons, but as well as that, the ability to perform surgeries in a much more impactful, much more immersive way. And what that's really about is presenting the relevant information to you in a manner that allows you to undertake or perform that surgery more effectively. And clearly, I'm sure many of you have seen the abundance of healthcare startups that exist and even scale-ups now offering services all designed around improving that sector. And actually recently, through some work that we've done, we've worked with a number of startups in this area that have been really exciting. Next up, and something that I'm sure you've all heard a lot about, is the area of development and training, which is contributing $294 billion to the global economy. Again, that speaks for itself, and you can find more details in our soft skills study, which I've alluded to before and I will share. Next up is process improvements, and this is all about how we improve any process that an organization has. So mainly through AR, but it's about how best to understand and use things like devices and machinery, how to map different locations. And again, this is a tremendously exciting area and one that we're heavily involved in, because clearly if you use VR and AR in the right way, you're allowing someone to have unlimited contextual data about the world around them and objects. And as I've shown before, it can impact, it can speed up that learning journey quite quickly, quite rapidly. And finally, we have the retail and consumer market, which is about how we enhance existing retail processes, how do we enhance sales, have innovative consumer experiences, and of course, a lot to do with the video gaming market that we hear a lot about in the media, and obviously it's been in the press recently with the launch of the next-gen consoles, which if you can get one, you're a very, very lucky person. So in this report, which we called Seeing is Believing, we also looked at the different expectations between VR and AR, and you can see the results here. So back in 2019, when this report was initially released, VR and AR were much closer in terms of their expected contribution than we think they'll be in 2030. So by 2030, we expect AR to contribute more than double that of VR tech to the global economy. And that is understandable when you consider that the tech required to produce high-end AR applications is rapidly becoming something that's by default in our pockets. It's just very accessible. You know, if you've got a phone of the last 3, 4, 5 years, you've got pretty good AR in your pocket, and the speed at which it's developing is staggering. AR tech also tends to be related to applications that exist in the real world, clearly of which there are many, whereas VR's benefit largely comes from the creation of virtual synthetic environments. So this is not to say that in any way VR is better than AR. That is really not what this graph is trying to show. They're just two very different technologies with different use cases. And in the work that we do with our clients, it is very important to have an impartial, holistic look at these industries to show how these use cases manifest themselves in terms of real world ROI. So we then drew a global picture together in terms of the map that you can see here, which analysed a few countries to help understand how those individual nations are contributing to the boost in GDP in terms of their anticipated adoption of XR technologies. So as a high-level summary of this map here, we have the US leading the way with more than $500 billion of contribution expected by 2030, followed by East Asia with China and Japan, followed by Europe with countries such as UK, Germany and France, as we know. But we don't only expect AR to contribute to the global economy in terms of a GDP boost, we also expect it to contribute in terms of the number of jobs that will be enhanced by this technology, of which we expect there to be just over 23 million of them by 2030. Again, a tremendously important and exciting number. So as you can see, that economic analysis was looking at the potential future of XR. It was trying to understand what could happen by 2030 with the expected uptake of the technology and its contribution to the global economy. But what we also wanted to understand is what is happening right now and what the state of the current market today is. So to do that, we started to look at industry. And in this analysis, we analysed XR adoption in industry, but looking at it from the perspective of what organisations are using the technology, and we started with UK and US businesses in the first instance. We analysed over 7.2 million of these using a natural language processing tool to understand who is using the tech right now, how they are using it, and where they are using it. So to give you an idea of the scale of this, this was 500 million points of data in the UK alone. So we analysed the websites of these companies, we looked at the news they were putting out, the social media accounts. We essentially scraped a ton of data off the internet, any public data we could find. We then connected every piece of data we found to either an industry, a geography, the technology being used, or a use case or application, in other words. So 3 things immediately became apparent when we were reviewing this data. Number 1, every industry is benefiting from XR in some way. And actually some of this is in unexpected ways. Number 2, it doesn't matter really what industry you're in, there will be an application of XR within your organization or potential application of XR within your organization that does make good business sense. It just requires some exploration and some understanding of what that looks like. So not looking at it from a tech first perspective, looking at it from a use case and benefit perspective. And number 3, from a geographical sense, XR is everywhere. And clearly for anyone involved in the technology, that's massively exciting. That shows that the technologies that we're so passionate about are moving forward and they're gaining an adoption and they're moving from this perception of being a fad. So from a technology perspective, we have VR and AR. From a geography perspective, we analysed the regions in the UK, and you can see them here. But we did also analyse every US state. It just so happens that there are too many to list in this particular graph. From an industry perspective, the industries you see listed here on the slide in the 3rd column are the ones we decided to use as categorization basically for the analysis. So on the right-hand side, on the final right-hand column, we have the use case or application. In other words, where we consider the question of how XR is being used, this is what we really mean. So again, we're looking at it from, was it being used as an entertainment tool? Was it being used as a training tool? Was it being used to improve processes, engage customers? That right-hand bucket is all about that. We're really looking at how it's actually being used, how it's actually being deployed. Okay, next slide. So a little bit about the more detailed aspects of the results. From a tech perspective, we found that VR currently accounts for the majority of XR apps in the UK and US. And actually between the 2 countries, there's similar results, with UK adoption at almost 66% related to VR and 34% in terms of AR, and the US showing about 63% VR adoption and 37% AR. So that's very interesting, and I guess perhaps to be expected given the level of maturity that currently exists between VR and AR, and the fact that a lot of organisations are actively and openly pushing a lot of publicly available information about their various XR initiatives, which is also great. Next slide. From a regional perspective, when we conducted the analysis and scraped all of the data to bring it together, we found that there are over 1,500 applications of VR and AR technologies in the UK and almost 2,200 in the US. It's important to remember, though, that these are not numbers for unique companies. So one company could have multiple applications of VR and AR tech, but anecdotally, we're not seeing many here from the data. We're talking about a small percentage of companies where there potentially are multiple use cases of the technologies themselves. But obviously, you guys can dig into all of this yourselves and have a good look. So from a regional trend perspective, in the UK, we found that London contains about a third of all of the VR and applications of the UK. And we all found that California accounts for about a third of the applications in the US. And you can see from the details here on the pie charts, in terms of the differences across the regions of the US and UK, you can see that just in the US, I think just behind California, you've got New York State at nearly 20%, and then it drops a little bit where we have Florida, I think it's Texas, Illinois, coming in at just over 10%. And of course, the US chart only shows states where adoption's over 4%, otherwise it'd be the biggest chart in the world. So that's why there's only a limited amount on here, but they are captured in the wider data set. In terms of the industry adoption of VR and AR, we found some actually quite interesting results across the UK and US. In the UK, engineering and manufacturing is top of the industry list of industries using the technology, and that stands at 24%. And in the US, it's also the top industry, but with, I think it's 19%. So suggesting a slightly wider spread of adoption across the various industries there. But if you go back to the UK, we have retail and consumer second, but actually when you look at it, it's second by quite a long way, with a drop of 24% down to just under 11%. Closely followed by professional services, and then finally sports and leisure and healthcare. Whereas in the US, it's closer together as well. So it goes down only about 6% to technology as an industry, 12% for healthcare usage, and almost 11% for professional services and retail and consumer as adopters of XR tech. Now, I think this is interesting, as engineering and manufacturing have obviously been using XR technology for a long time. And if you look back, you can find many examples of this that date back, probably into the early 2000s, that show that engineering and manufacturing companies have been using XR, I think mostly VR back then, in particular subsections of that industry. So we all know things like automotive. Automotive has been a big trailblazer for this, with lots of work that's been done over the last few years. Everything from factory optimization to engaging the consumers to design. So you'll find in certain subsections of these industries, there'll be various parts of those industries that have been really working with VR and AR for a long time. And it's interesting how some of those use cases have come to life, and I'm sure many people at this show represent some of these. But many of these have come to life and actually helped drive the industry forward in terms of actually even the wider sense of VR and AR adoption, in terms of how people view those use cases and actually getting people to put headsets on and experiment and experience the technologies themselves. So next slide. So here we looked at the top applications of XR and the use cases around it. And at a high level, the top 3 industries across the UK and US were the same, but interestingly in different orders. So in the UK, it was the retail and consumer engagement sector leading the way, with L&D second, entertainment and leisure third. But in the US, it's actually L&D that takes first place, followed by, as you can see here, retail and consumer engagement, and then entertainment and leisure. So in the UK, retail and consumer engagement accounts for 38%, which is a pretty significant number in terms of the application here. And in the US, L&D is coming in at 24.8%. So pretty much a quarter of all of the XR technology applications we're looking at across the US are in some way L&D related, which is great to see and clearly shows the validity of us performing the soft skills in VR effectiveness exercise that I alluded to earlier and spoke about. So L&D is clearly an important area here, but entertainment and leisure use cases are obviously very well publicized and very well understood by the public. And given the fact that this data relies on publicly available information, then it's obviously understandable that we would see entertainment and leisure making it into the top 3. I mean, L&D's strength here can also be attributed to the multitude of organisations out there now that are trying to position themselves as being very innovative and forward-thinking, and actively using cutting-edge technologies like VR to enhance their various learning programs. And that's also been exacerbated recently by this new COVID reality we look in, the various questions that organisations are asking about how they still innovate, how they still engage with their workforce, how you move yourself forward, how you meet the expectations, the learning expectations of your workforce in a world when we're all spread out. And clearly people are looking at upskilling, potentially moving between roles. That old model of kind of one job for life has clearly gone, and therefore the organisations we work with are very keen to understand how VR can be used to help match these expectations, but also harness a lot of the great learnings and the evidence behind the real underlying power of VR for training. I know we've got various people here like Body Swaps who make some great off-the-shelf modules that really show the power of how this can be utilised. And finally, from a retail and consumer engagement angle, I think it's pretty similar story here in terms of the marketing activities that companies are now undertaking, and really how you grab consumer attention in a world when buying patterns are changing, retail purchasing journeys are changing. It is very easy to use emerging tech like VR and AR to come up with an exciting story and a powerful way of engaging with consumers, which is why we see it here, I think, both in terms of UK and US usage of XR technology. And I do think now, having been in the industry for a few years now, and previously working for a company that looked a lot at the marketing side of VR, I do think now with the rise in standalone devices like the Quest, there is now a real opportunity for brands to engage with their consumers, to activate their sales message, to tell their story, to really capture the imagination of their consumers in a new way. And we're certainly seeing a lot of that now with our clients, particularly with messages in retail around sustainability and how you really tap into that emotional connection you can get with VR in particular, around spatial presence, embodiment, how you really allow someone to see the world from a different perspective, how you allow them to engage with your message and really remember that message in a more compelling way. I do believe that's still an area of tremendous excitement, particularly also in terms of AR now with things like Web AR, Quick Look, how you can bring people and places and objects to life in a very, very exciting way for the end user. So to wrap up, I've spoken a bit about the findings here from our various reports, most notably around our new XR in industry analysis. If you'd like to see this for yourselves, please feel free to visit the website listed above, as you can see. And if you'd like to contribute to this analysis, i.e. if there's something we've missed or something you'd like to see included, please do submit clients or examples or case studies via a form that you'll find at the bottom of that website. The analysis that you see is only a snapshot of what we have at this point in time. So we are always looking to iterate that. So your feedback and your input is welcomed. If you'd like us to keep you up to date and you'd like to be informed whenever there's an update to the map, please email the address there. I won't read it out because it'll take a while. I'll also be hanging around in our booth in Hall 2 with my esteemed colleagues. So please do come over and say hello. I look forward to meeting you then. So yeah, that's it. That's all from me. Thank you again for having me. And I hope you enjoyed the talk. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Hi, Sarah, Vera, how are you doing? Can you hear?
Hi, fine. Hi.
Yes,
Ah, great, awesome. I can hear you as well.
Great.
We are
Do
waiting
you
for
hear
you.
me as well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
he is coming. He is downloading the new version of the
Okay,
software,
okay.
but we can start if you want.
Yeah, it's okay. We will start in 2 or 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any videos or PDF to use during the presentation, during the panel?
Yes, we have a PDF for each of us.
Okay. Did you upload it?
Yes,
Okay.
should be here.
No, just to know if everything is okay for you regarding the screen management system. If it's okay, I'll let you manage the screen whenever you want.
Okay. Yes, I can see that all our presentations are online.
Perfect.
So,
Perfect. You did the training with Valentina?
no, unfortunately, we missed it because we were working on another thing, but we had the chance to try a bit the environment because we joined Virtuality together. So we also
Okay.
tested our microphones. Exactly.
Okay. Perfect. If you need any assistance to share your PDF, please tell me. If not, I will be there to be around and to get question, for example, from the audience if needed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll tell you when we start.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we can start whenever you want, and Luca can join us whenever he's ready. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And welcome to everybody. Today we are going to present you a little bit how virtual reality can be used for rehabilitation. And I'm going to do a brief introduction, and then I will give the stage to my colleague Vera and Luca, who will present two different applications. So why the use of virtual reality in rehabilitation? Because rehabilitation, to be effective, requires the repetition of the same movement for many times. As you can see here, these are just examples of exercises for the rehabilitation of the hand. There are other 20 in this set of exercises, and each patient has to repeat these exercises twice each day. So it is quite boring, I would say. The same is worthy for cognitive rehabilitation, because with cognitive rehabilitation and standard therapy, you have to solve all these mental tricks for days and days. So you can imagine that training in a multimedia scenario and use each day different scenarios and ways to interact and to train either your hand in this case or your brain in the case of cognitive rehabilitation is surely better in terms of avoiding boredom. So the first reason to use virtual reality rehabilitation is surely that it avoids the occurrence of boredom. This has an effect on the performances, because if I am more motivated to train, then I will also put more effort in the activities I am doing. And of course, clearly it increases motivation. And these are two fundamental elements in the field of rehabilitation, because they are the two key elements that elicit the treatment compliance. So the fact that the patient repeats the treatment each day, and so the fact that he or she can really get a benefit from rehabilitation. The second reason for using VR is that it allows to simulate real-life situations. So it is also easier after you have something in virtual reality to transfer it to the activities of daily living. The third reason is that it gives the therapist the possibility of using a scenario that is strongly controllable, and also that it can be repeated many times. So it's really cost saving from this point of view with respect to a physical setup to be built in a lab. And finally, it has also the possibility of introducing real-time feedback. And this is a fundamental element, because all the patients, when they are undergoing rehabilitation, need to have an appropriate awareness of what they are doing. So this is really something that helps the person who is undertaking rehabilitation to know if he's doing well, or if he has to correct something, and so on. So this was my brief introduction, and I will let you hear the two different applications of virtual reality in rehabilitation, and then if you have any question, feel free to ask.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vera Colombo, and I'm working at STEMA Research Institute. And today I would like to share with you some thoughts on the potential of VR for pulmonary rehabilitation, and to present you some works that we are doing in this field. So let me first introduce what pulmonary rehabilitation is. It's an intervention designed for people with chronic respiratory diseases, mainly COPD, but also people with other chronic conditions may benefit from it. And recently, researchers are investigating how this intervention may help people who suffer from COVID-19, which, as everybody probably knows, deeply affects the respiratory function as well. Pulmonary rehabilitation is a multi-domain program which has a physical exercise as a main component. But what is the main issue with regarding the success of this intervention? It's motivation, which should be maintained over a long period, and it's of course also related to the compliance to the training that usually is reduces over time. So also based on the introduction made by Sarah, we now perfectly know why VR can be helpful in improving the success of this intervention as well. Among the many reasons, we know that VR can help in keeping the motivation high, that, as I said before, is a crucial problem in pulmonary rehabilitation. And it can also allow clinicians to treat patients also from home, and in this way to reach a higher number of patients. So we know the potential of VR, but what's happening in the clinical practice? Let me show you some results of a recent review of the clinical literature. As we can see from this slide, clinicians until now has mainly relied on active video games that are commercial exam games that have been adapted for rehabilitation purposes. And these video games were mainly displayed on a small PC monitor or TV monitor, and were based on the well-known Wii Balance Board and the Microsoft Kinect. A few of these studies included systems that foresee virtual reality headset, so immersive virtual reality, and a few of them used systems that were specifically designed for this category of patients. So with this in mind, at our research institute, we are working to provide VR solutions that are clinically relevant, that are of course highly motivating for the reasons I said before, and that can be personalized both for the specific category of patients, but also that can be customized to the specific user, the specific patient. And to do this, we are strictly cooperating with clinicians and with clinical care facilities, where we can also perform evaluation, because we need to take into account also the subjective experience of the patients that in the end are the final user that have to accept this powerful technology. I want to show you now two brief examples of some works regarding physical training. In this case, this is a work in progress which is intended to be used at home by patients to perform strength training of the upper limb. The idea is to have an affordable and portable device, and we chose the Oculus Quest for this reason. The idea is to have a simple environment where patients can do the exercises like they are in front of a mirror, and in a safe condition, because all the exercises can be performed while seated. Of course, thanks to the tracking provided by the headset and the controller, we can detect the quality of the movement and provide feedback accordingly. The second example, application is for physical endurance training, and has as main components a cycloergometer, a virtual park, and sensors for monitoring the physiological response. In this slide, I want to show you how we can adapt the system to the different patients. In this case, we have the system designed for COPD patients. In fact, we have a pulse oximeter that measures the oxygen saturation, which is very important for this kind of patient. And in this case, we have a wide projected screen, while in the right part, we can see the immersive version of the application that can be experienced through the HTC Vive. The environment, as I said, is a natural environment to provide a pleasant experience, a positive experience to patients. We also provide quantitative data on the physical performance and important functionality that it's very simple, but it's very important, is the configuration of the training program. And this has been a requirement for, provided by the clinicians with whom we developed this system. What do patients think about this application? We performed a pilot study, and as we can see from some of these comments, the VR was highly motivating for them, and they found all the realistic elements there along the path very motivating and pleasant for the experience. Also, the quantitative data helped them to track their improvements throughout time. So I want to conclude leaving you with this slide, which summarizes what we are doing and what I expect that should be done to improve pulmonary rehabilitation by means of virtual reality. Thank you for the attention.
So if anybody have any question for Vera, I will start with my presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well, Luca. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm Luca Greci, and I'm a researcher at Stima CNR. I'm a colleague of Sara and Vera. And today I want to present the GOGI project. That is a project that is still running in several versions, and it was born to create an advanced virtual environment supporting training of physical and cognitive activities to prevent dementia occurrence in elderly with minor cognitive disorders. Objectives of the GOGI project was the design, development, and validation of a virtual reality-based system for physical and cognitive training of the elderly. The system was composed by 3 non-immersive virtual environments, one for the physical exercise that is similar to the one you, Vera, was showing us before, and 2 for the cognitive training. The interaction between the user and the environment occurred through a cycloergometer and a projected touchscreen. The users were supported to perform 20 minutes of cycling in a virtual park, then cross the road avoiding cars, and finally to train their visual spatial abilities performing the shopping in a virtual supermarket. To validate the system, a pilot trial has been performed in collaboration with the Hospital Santa Lucia, and the ethical committee of Santa Lucia Foundation also approved the trial. And the inclusion criteria to enroll the participants were to be over 60, have at least one cognitive impairment in a cognitive domain, and for the 10 people took part to this experiment, 5 in the experimental group and 5 in the control group, and the administration lasted 6 weeks with 3 sessions per week. The result was very good compliance, high acceptance of the system. From the point of view of the user, there was also a reduced anxiety in activity of daily living, so there was an improvement of the quality of life, good levels of enjoyment, no drawbacks, and good perceived useful and perceived easy of use. Because of this good result, we have also done a randomized controlled trial, always in collaboration with the Santa Lucia. Also, in this case, the study was approved by their ethics committee. And in this case, the study design was a 2x2 factorial design, and 80 other adults was enrolled and subdivided in 4 groups. One were administered both the physical exercise and the cognitive training, one with only cognitive training, one with only physical exercise, and one with none. Also, in this case, the result was very promising, and we can we find significant improvements in verbal memory, phonological fluency, and depression. And there was a very good level of acceptance, good ease of use, and if also we have more critics about the environment respect to the first trial, the 95% of the people would continue to use with the training. And from the point of view of the user, they give us feedback saying that they have an improvement in activity of daily living. Because since the acceptance was very good, and in the literature it's been shown that the skills acquired during immersive experience can be transferred to the real life, the shopping in the supermarket task has been redesigned to be used wearing a head-mounted display. So from non-immersive experience to complete immersive experience. The head-mounted display used was an HTC 5 Pro. And also here we have done, in this case, a feasibility study where there was 57 older adults with minor cognitive impairments. Each participant tried the virtual environment for 50 minutes. And in this case, the administration lasted 12 weeks with 2 sessions for 4 weeks, always in collaboration with Hospital Santa Lucia. Also, in this case, the results were very promising, and we found that people loves this kind of intervention. Using virtual reality environment was very well accepted by other adults. They didn't have any kind of drawback, but we also understand that we need more investigation, exploiting other virtual reality features like customization and the social component. And this is all. If anybody has any question, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. If you have any question, please, you can share it into the chat text. Looked like it was crystal clear. So thank you very much, Luca.
Okay, thank you.
And to all your team. I just keep 30 seconds more if someone have a last minute question. You never know. But I think it will be the end of this panel. Thank you, Vera. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much for being here.
And thank you to the audience also.
Yeah, thank you to the audience. Please enjoy the trade show. There will be another conference in the Auditorium B, approximately in 10 minutes. So you can already join the Auditorium B if you want to follow the next conference. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Valentina?
Yes, Matthew, it's me, Valentina.
Okay.
But for the purpose of this conference, my name is admin.
Yeah.
Hi, for those of you who just joined us, we will start in 6 minutes, right on time. Hello again. For those of you who just joined, we will start the session in 5 minutes. So if everyone's ready, we can start in a minute. Matthew, if you can hear me, we're ready when you are.
All right, so let's start. Hi everyone, welcome to the pitch session named How Can XR Help Your Team Work Efficiently from Home? Just a quick introduction before I will leave the floor to the speaker of this pitch session. So as you probably noticed by yourself, one of the biggest issues businesses are facing currently, and especially during the lockdown situation, has to do with the remote collaboration. It's very complicated for everyone to feel close to each other, to our colleagues, whereas we are not present anymore in a shared office. And of course, some of the work we were used to do that require physical presence, we cannot do it anymore due to the COVID situation. So today I have the pleasure to host this session with some great XR professionals that have some good ideas on how we can improve this situation thanks to XR. So for this session, I would like to give the microphone first to Sylvain Orduro from Visua. Just to introduce you, Sylvain, you're the CEO of Visua since a few years now. And I think you have a great cloud solution to help us in these difficult times. So I will let you explain.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone to be there, and thank you for Virtuality to give me the opportunity to explain what I'm planning to achieve. So we are talking about three levers because the key is infrastructure. If you don't have the right technology and the right infrastructure, you can't collaborate easily. It could cost a lot, and that's what we achieve. So the idea is work with people who have no knowledge in 3D, no knowledge in high technology. You just have to know how to upload, visualize, and collaborate through a web platform. So today's collaboration is to create content is very complex because you have very heavy files with several kind of format, different type of device and multiple scatter. So it's a bit complex. So if you just reduce the usage by uploading, visualization, and collaborate, that's a good start. So our technology is based on GPU cloud. So cloud is everywhere today, and the GPU cloud is available since 2017 and available with Vulkan library, a very powerful graphic library since 2019. So we exist already since 2019, we can say that. And the idea is when you have a session in the cloud, you can have multiple users and multiple sections on a single GPU. So the cost is very low because we share the compute, and it's secure because you can't store the data. if you have an application that you run on your PC, you can install any kind of texture and mesh because of usage like RenderDoc. This software can install everything that is running on your GPU. So it's secure, it's cost effective, and it's very easy to use. If you look at the VM architecture today, people, they use like Shadow PC, they use a VM. And VM, if you have multiple users, you need one GPU per user or one GPU per session, and you need another server to synchronize all GPU. So it's very expensive, very heavy to build. And what we did today, it's a simple manager. So you don't have to think about microservices. You just have to use our system, and we manage the GPU to feel like a very easy product. And we have a GPU all around the world today. And the core of the platform is based on 50 microservices like Jenkins, linkers, Kubernetes, Dockers, but you don't have to deal with that. It's transparent. And we have also API and SDK, so you can develop your application on top of Visual on JavaScript, Python, for any kind of software. It's like Unity on or Unreal, but in the cloud. And we don't use, obviously, Unity and Unreal. We have our own platform built on home office, and it's our own IP. Sorry. So when you want to collaborate, there is three parts: edition, deployment, and distribution. And you know that deployment and distribution is half of the budget of the application. It's very heavy around the cost. So the edition is like that. You have people who have a replica of your map of your application, and you have friction because some people place object in a conflict room. And for the beta testers, they have to wait that you build your first beta release. And then you have deployment and distribution, and you have to build, you have to create a builder for many kind of device. And the experience around XR is not the same because you have a powerful or less powerful device. And you have to build a compilation, and then you have to distribute. It's very heavy, and that's kind of work is not efficient. It's not future-proof. So around the 3D verse, it's very easy. You open a session, you place your model inside. It's loaded quickly, and you just give a link to anyone, and they can participate in the same thing. So it's like a Google Doc compared to Dropbox. It's very easy to use, and so you can have an efficient, cost-effective, secure, and future-proof technology. We come from gaming company, so we know what we have to achieve, and the idea is to, with the 5G, for example, the new technology, you can have 11 milliseconds of latency, so you can build 90 frames per second application for any kind of user. So you don't have to deal with a network, you don't have to deal with microservices, everything is embedded in the technology. And our partners today are Orange. We have servers at Orange. We work with Flexible Engine, with Huawei, obviously, and then Microsoft for HoloLens 2 and Azure, and obviously NVIDIA with our best partner since 10 years. We have patent together, and we achieve a great job with them. So this is our plan for the future. We think that the collaboration in the cloud is really the next big thing. And I can show you a quick demo on what we do, and it will be enough for me. I'm just trying to get back to presentation, videos. Okay.
Ce qui est intéressant avec la réalité augmentée, c'est qu'on va pouvoir dépasser les problèmes des écrans. On ne travaille plus sur un écran. En fait, toutes les interfaces et tout ce qui nous entoure. Les murs, les fenêtres et puis nous entoure. Nos mains, le sol, faire apparaître des objets dans les murs, les fenêtres et puis faire apparaître des objets. Les murs, les fenêtres et puis faire apparaître des objets dans l'air comme ça. Donc du coup, on n'a plus une interface limitée juste à un écran plat. Donc du coup, on n'a plus une interface limitée juste à un écran plat. L'interface est vraiment tout autour de nous. Monaco a donné la possibilité de pouvoir déployer notre technologie, de la tester, de la challenger, parce qu'on a cette 5G qui est présente partout, et puis en même temps il y a tout un écosystème d'entreprises qui arrivent aujourd'hui à Monaco et qui nous permettent d'interagir et de tester vraiment cette technologie en vraie grandeur. La réalité augmentée, c'est superposer le monde virtuel avec le monde réel. Et vous voyez donc on peut voir à travers, c'est-à-dire qu'on n'est pas isolé, contrairement à la réalité virtuelle où on est sur un casque qui est fermé. Donc il va scanner son environnement et donner une position au casque dans les projecteurs qui sont là. Donc on a vraiment la sensation de visualiser un hologramme superposé à la réalité, ce qu'on appelle la réalité augmentée. L'intérêt aussi de cette plateforme, c'est qu'on va être à plusieurs dedans. Donc là, par exemple, je vais aller sur cette pièce, je vais voir que j'ai un défaut quelque part, je vais pouvoir le signaler. Et quelqu'un qui est à distance ou localement pourra voir la même chose avec moi. Un des facteurs importants, c'est la latence. Il faut que, entre le moment où je me déplace avec mon regard et le calcul qui est renvoyé par le cloud instantanément dans mes lunettes pour me donner cet effet d'instantanéité, j'ai l'impression de tourner autour de l'objet, cette latence, ça doit être inférieur à 11 millisecondes. Et avec la 5G, c'est quelque chose qui est tout à fait atteignable. Aujourd'hui, quand vous jouez à Fortnite ou à GTA, ce sont des jeux qui consomment énormément d'énergie et il vous faut un ordinateur puissant. Alors soit un ordinateur local, soit un ordinateur à distance, donc on appelle les machines virtuelles. Et donc si vous avez 20 millions de joueurs, ça fait 20 millions de cartes graphiques qui doivent travailler en simultané. Dans notre plateforme, en fait, on réduit ça drastiquement puisqu'en fait, on n'utilise plus une carte graphique, mais une mémoire commune. Donc on utilise beaucoup moins de serveurs et on consomme moins d'énergie pour un résultat identique.
Voilà.
Okay.
Donc,
thanks a lot, Sylvain, for the nice video. I may come back to you later if we have some time left to ask you a few questions. But now I'd like to let Bertrand Wolf speak about his own expertise and solutions. Bertrand, you're the co-founder of Antilogy and co-creator of Le Pavillon, and you're specialized into digital transformation and especially XR. Bertrand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mathieu. Hi, everybody. My name is Bertrand Wolf. Don't read my slides. They are in French, but just have a look at the beautiful pictures. So I'm the co-founder of Antilogy, a company that we started with Émilie Gobamigno 3 years ago. Antilogy is the French leading actor in XR evangelization. We have opened at the beginning of 2018 a venue in Paris called Le Pavillon. Le Pavillon is dedicated to help corporates, institutions and organizations to understand the potential of XR. In business-to-business usages, obviously. And thanks to our relationship with more than 1,000 XR startups, editors, and creators in Europe and North America, we have gathered at Le Pavillon hundreds of use cases. And I'm probably the guy who have tested the most VR application in France, B2B application for sure, B2B VR apps for sure. Whatever, the Pavillon has been created to answer two simple questions. What is XR? And what XR is made for? In 2.5 years, we have tried to answer these questions to our 6,000 visitors, and we have organized more than 400 events and acculturation sessions. And as the market was slowly maturing, questions asked by the corporate became more complex and probably more interesting for our XR industry. These questions now are when, how, from who, to whom, how much it costs, and how much it earns. So Antilogy has become a consultancy firm. We help our clients to get the most of XR possibilities regarding the key objectives, the key digital transformation objectives, such as how to better produce, how to better communicate, how to better sell, how to better recruit, how to better train staff. And the most recent item is how to better collaborate. And the most recent because for years, most of people did not clearly, I should say did not at all, associate collaboration on VR. Maybe it's because of this. You probably remember this photo. It has been taken 4 years ago at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. It showed Zuckerberg's walking amongst hundreds of journalists. All of them are in VR. They have the head in a VR headset. And they're all unable to see him. So watching this photo, many said, when you are in VR, you are alone and you are cut off from the rest of the world. What a bad buzz for VR. And what a mistake, because the DNA of VR is social. That's probably why Zuckerberg, again, has invested so much money in VR and so much effort, starting with the acquisition of Oculus. You should remember it was 6 years ago. It was a $2 billion acquisition. I mean, when Dirk has experienced VR at the Stanford University Virtual Interaction Lab, it was in February 2014, a few weeks before its Oculus acquisition, he probably had an epiphany. He probably have thought that its social network, Facebook, could be one day in VR. Just like the Oasis in Ready Player One. So again, DNA of VR is social. Telling this is nothing. Trying this is everything. So let me tell you what we have done at Antilogy. During the lockdown with my team, unlike many other teams around the world, we were fed up of our remote meeting with Zoom, tiring meetings. So we have decided to work in VR. The first thing we have done is to create our own digital workspace. We have made a digital twin of our venue. Here is the Pavilion remote. It has been designed by a French startup, Tero, using Mozilla Hubs. And we spend time there in March, April, May, nowadays, obviously, experiencing how to collaborate in VR. Secondly, we decided to make a review of existing VR remote collaboration applications. We have been amazed to find not less than 53 applications. This review is accessible to anybody. This QR code leads you to a Google Sheet. So do not hesitate to catch it and to read it and to complete this review or amend it if you want. If you don't have the time, you can contact me later. The third thing we have done, the last one, not the least, we have decided to let anybody to try remote collaboration in VR. So we have created an offer, starting by increasing our VR headset fleets. We have increased our VR headset fleet. We have set up a logistic process. We also have established a sanitary protocol. And now we propose two services. The first one, we simply help you to organize a meeting in VR with your team. The second one has been designed with our partner Human on IT. We have designed a discovery session where we show to participants the many possibilities offered by a remote collaboration in VR, from standard meeting to creativity session or negotiation round or formal presentation. In both cases, we send a VR headset to each participant, wherever he or she is located, at home or office. And we organize an onboarding session allowing each participant to domesticate the headset, and then we guide them through the discovery session, or we assist them in organizing their first meeting in VR. We use predominantly meeting VR spatial on Glue. And in the beginning of the second lockdown in France, the demand for these services is rocketing. As a conclusion, I would like to say that social VR allows people to meet in the same virtual space and to fully live again the experience of being together, to be together in the same place. If the DNA of VR is social, the DNA of the human being is to be in 3D, not in 2D. And the experience of being together promotes informal exchanges, it contributes to creativity, it renews links between individuals. So saying it in another word, I will use the word that we hear the most amongst our clients after their first meeting in VR. They simply say, it's good to be together. So I'll be happy to give you more detail and share with my team and with you the experience we have collaboration. Simply come at Antilogy booth. We are all one C4. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bertrand. Very interesting feedback of how you managed the lockdown situation. Next, please, John, take the microphone. John Mathieu from Tactile, you're the managing director of in the company, and I'll let you explain exactly what your solution is doing in terms of knowledge capture, of training and team collaboration. John, it's up to you.
Okay, great. I don't see my slides up here though.
We neither.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Give me just 1 second.
You need to confirm after selecting your slide.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, yeah, thank you for the introduction. John Mathieu, Managing Director of Tactile Europe. I'm based here in Paris, France. And what we're going to talk about today, I would say, is a pretty traditional presentation around our solution of knowledge capture, knowledge share. But with COVID, it's really changed and really created a sense of urgency around solutions like ours. Not so much for the folks that are kind of listening to this right now. I think we're probably all doing just fine in terms of working from home on our laptops and whatever kind of knowledge management work that we're doing. But really our solution is geared towards the folks that are kind of keeping this world running in terms of public services, factory workers, really frontline workers. And up until, say, March of this year, we used to present a slide like this, talking about workforce retirement, 20% over the next 5 years, walking out the door with all of their experience. In doing so, you have younger people entering the workforce, and if you hand them a traditional training manual to operate a machine, they don't really want to do it. But now with COVID, we recognize that the urgency is greater than ever before. And so how do we ensure that the people that are able to make it to the water company or the factory floor are able to do the work that needs to be done, even if they don't have the expertise? And so really, we're all about knowledge when and where you need it. And so Manifest gives frontline workers instant virtual access to and step-by-step guidance from the most experienced technicians and trainers anywhere. So we have the ability with our platform for subject matter experts, existing, like I said, public sector, defense, factory workers, what have you. If they have their expertise, if they have the expertise to operate a machine, they can use the platform to create a step-by-step instruction that anyone can follow. Now, typically, those are available through spatial computing, devices like the HoloLens and Magic Leap, iPad, and we even support Android tablets and phones. But what do we do with the situation where the factory worker has been able to make it to the job, but they don't have the expertise on hand to be able to do that task? And so what we've created is a solution inside of Manifest for the actual remote assistance. So I'm just going to show that here. So I'm going to let that launch. Let me just confirm that. It'll come up in a second. I'm going to talk over this because I know we don't have a lot of time. So this is called Manifest Direct. And what we have is a scenario whereby we have someone who is not clearly a factory worker, but we shot this video during COVID. So we have one part of the office representing the factory worker. We have part of the office representing the subject matter expert working from home. And this subject matter expert knows how to operate this copier. This copier could be a massive factory machine, but in this case, it's just a photocopier that we've all worked with ourselves. The subject matter expert is able to use our solution. He's seeing everything right now on his PC, but he's seeing the view through the HoloLens 2 that the operator is wearing. And it's a little small, so I'm not sure how many people can see the details here. But we've incorporated some really cool features inside of solution that allow that subject matter expert to direct the attention of that operator. So we do eye tracking, so we can tell where the operator is looking. We can superimpose, the subject matter expert, I should say, can superimpose holograms to show exactly where that operator should be focusing their attention. We do spatial audio, so we can put in audio notes to look left, right, up, or down. And then we can give them very strong guidance through dropping little, like those yellow dots right there, indicating, look here, this is where you need to focus your attention. And so what we're able to do is create a scenario, really a solution, where if you can't get the subject matter experts to the factory floor, but you can get someone to the factory floor, we can connect that operator with an expert from home, and they can complete that task. So this is running off of a 4G LTE network, probably Wi-Fi inside the office, but we're also fully capable in 5G and multi-edge compute. In so much as we actually won an award last year with Microsoft, Nokia, and AT&T showing Manifest running on 5G and multi-edge compute. So we're able to unleash the 4K capabilities of the HoloLens device, so you can have a crystal clear image, less than 10 milliseconds of latency, and provide that real-time video chat that is required in a lot of factory environments. At the same time, that 5G also lends itself to real-time IoT, et cetera. So that operator can get access to a subject matter expert who's working from home. They can get access to all of the IoT data that's coming off of that device they're working on, and that will help them complete the task in a much safer environment. And so I'm just going to wrap up here. Let me just go back to this, and then this, and I'm going to go back into my slide deck and skip ahead. I want to say one of the things that we've been able to do with one of our customers in the United States is a company called PBC. They are trying to train or really work with machines that are down around the country of the United States, and it's a 2-week quarantine. So they've stopped traveling and they've started sending HoloLenses with Manifest. And then they create a remote connection with that operator who might be totally underskilled, but together with Manifest and the remote assistance that we provide inside of the application, that operator can complete the task while the subject matter expert works safely from home. And with that, I'll close to give some people some time, and you take it forward. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you, John. Your solution seems to be very, very relevant. How can we, if we want to know more, how can we join you?
Yeah, well, so you can reach me at the Tactile booth here at the conference. We're just around the corner from Microsoft. We also have a presence inside of Microsoft's booth, or anyone can email me at john.mathieu@tactile.com, or just send me a connect while we're here at the conference. There's my email address right there at the end. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, John. So next, I would like to introduce Nino Sapina from Realcast company. Nino, you are the CEO and co-founder of Realcast. I know that you have in the past worked in the gaming industry. So Nino, I'll let you introduce what you do and what kind of solution you want to promote today to support remote work thanks to XR.
Okay, thank you, Mathieu, for introduction. Hello, everybody. So we're happy to have a chance to show you our work virtually, and it's a good occasion because it's what we are developing right now. So I'll share my presentation. Yeah, so I will present a solution that we call KubeCast, which is a solution that helps teams work together and improve their work together. It's obviously a virtual solution, and just before I start this presentation, I want to say that we did a lot of experiences, and mostly in mixed reality in a different location-based locations like museums and heritage locations. And we had very great feedbacks from the end user, which are not technical at all. And we are putting this kind of experience technology in the hands of the companies with this project. So we'll move forward. So KubeCast, it's a virtual space that you can connect from anywhere with different kind of device, like should be a HoloLens or Oculus, and you can play together to have a interactive experience together on different subjects that touch the enterprise world. As you can see, it's very much inspired by sports. We believe that sports are very engaging and very interesting to change the image of the workspace and to give envy to the employee to get engaged into different kind of experience to learn something. So of course today we have different issues with digital. First, it's all new tools. So as virtual headsets, mixed reality, virtual reality are new and are proposing new way to work. Connection, obviously today it's a must-have to be able to connect from anywhere and not to be obliged to go to the office to do some sessions together. And again, also the persons who are coming from different technical skills, generational skills, need to have very easy access to this kind of technology. We don't want people to have long sessions about how it works before start to do things together. We believe that this is a first step in the future of training and work from home and from anywhere, basically. So this is a dynamic space that it's all in real-time rendering, which means that everything you touch, everything you do, it's immediately replicated to everybody, and people have really sensation to have a human-like contact between each other, and this for us is really a big key step to afford people to feel comfortable seeing each other in 3D in full size, and be able to really hear each other from different directions, to see the eyes and all these kind of things that we unfortunately forgot to do or have reduced capacity to do right now. So this can happen at remote, but this also can happen in the same space because we can have also people who are together and joining this session. So three keys are, first, as I said, it's accessible. So it means that anybody, any person can get in very quickly. The second thing, and this is also our DNA coming from video games, we believe that it has to be joyful, it has to be attractive, it has to be fun. It should not be just a serious subject, because this helps people get engaged and do things differently. And finally, the very key point is people have to be able to interact and really make their part of the experience, not just listen, but they can participate inside of the experience. So this, I won't go into detail, but this is kind of scheme which shows different kind of participants from distance or in place, and different kind of features where the user can choose different kind of scenarios, and there is also a virtual guide, which is a very important part of the experience that makes a connection between the virtual world and the real world. And most of the users need to have someone who is talking to them and make them sure that they are there and they're taking care about them and making them go through the whole experience. So of each of our experience, we have kind of virtual guide that can be configured and helping users to go through. So this is one example of interactive team training. Again, I won't go into all the details, but there is a space like 10 by 10 feet that could be adaptable. You can connect with any device, virtual device you have. You can also have even the iOS devices, but you are more in a spectator mode. And then you can have a sessions. We found that 20 minutes, it's a good timing to be able to do something together and learn things without being overwhelmed with the virtual world. And as I said, we're using a sports team to engage users into this kind of virtual world. This is one example about team values scenario, which is like 4 sessions to enable teams to find their values they want to use for their work in their different works, and helps people get motivated and to rehearse and to find these values later in a few months to validate the values that they want to work together. So right now we are deploying this solution with some clients, and we would be interested in companies who would like to test this kind of solution with us and give us feedbacks about how would they use it and what kind of scenarios they would like to apply to this kind of interaction. So yeah, this is all for me, just about us. So we are a company that is quite expert in mixed reality and virtual reality, which is kind of sister technology. We want some awards in this area, and these are our partners from Microsoft, Oculus, and some clients that you can see right away. You can also see that we had more than 15,000 end users, which is a quite important number for this technology, and these users are really not technical at all. So we are using this know-how to put into this platform. Thank you. Have any question?
Nino.
You can come to our booth and have a discussion.
I have a question for you, Nino.
Yes.
As we have some time left. I know that these kind of solutions are really interesting for all the companies, and some of them are interested and they want to try this new solution, but also sometimes especially in big companies, we feel that there is some barriers because people are not really understanding in what kind of situation they can use this kind of solution with real events, meaning it's not useful for all the businesses. So in your view, what are today the businesses that would the most benefit of this kind of solution?
So I think, as you said, these solutions will apply to all the businesses at some point. Today we are still in early stage, and as you all know, not much people know about these technologies. So obviously, I think the first things was about industrial learning, because there are really use cases that are very concrete and solving the problems very concretely and in the situation that cannot be solved elsewhere. So I think this was like a first phase. And now we are coming into a situation where we just need people to be able to collaborate in a different way and in the different constraints, because we are in the different locations, and we have to recreate this human connection. And I think this is the key, and this is what we are working on, to enable people to have as much as possible human connection between themselves, and to give them tools to collaborate. And then any subject can be tackled, because I spoke about this scenario, but every time we do this demo, we spend like half an hour talking about many other things, because we put some interactive tools. You can draw things, you can manipulate some objects, you can play with a ball. And in fact, it's just a space that you can collaborate. So I don't know if it answers completely your question, but yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Nino.
Welcome.
Next, I would like to introduce Marie-Julie Pécou from Capgemini. Marie-Julie, you are the product manager for the Andy 3D product at Capgemini. So I know this product is made to support especially the workforce that is on the field. So Marie-Julie, the floor is yours. Please explain us this solution?
Thank you very much. Yes, so today my objective is to introduce Andy 3D Remote. Is a product on the shelf proposed by Capgemini because normally it's more a company that proposes services. But on this subject, we decided to propose to customers a product on the shelf. But just also an introduction because to Capgemini we have a big activity around XR that can be interesting to introduce because it's interesting to know that we have more than 360 people worldwide that are working on this subject on different use cases, on design office, on the production or on maintenance. And we have, of course, big partnership with Microsoft, like with HoloLens or PTC, or French companies like Diota for 3D tracking. And we have a lot of experiences with different big customers on this subject, like Airbus in Toulouse especially, but also in Germany with BMW, where we can use training modules in mixed reality before assembly line, or other solutions for Iveco or Thales. But the product Andy 3D Remote is really the subject of the talk today, because like you said, how we can collaborate today without being able to work together at a good place. So the objective clearly is to propose a very easy to use and innovative tool to enable people coming from different locations to collaborate with a product on different devices like a tablet, PC, smartphone, but also glasses. So of course the objective is to use a standard 4G or Wi-Fi you can have on the field or into the factory or in the building. It's a SaaS solution, so it's very easy to deploy and to use. You just have to install application coming from stores and then to connect with your colleague in order to resolve incident or to organize more and more remote inspection or remote training and so on. So the main features are very simple. The objective is to have audio, video, chat when you have too many noise or specific reference to share. You can do pause and annotate in order to have a better understanding of the problem or the solution. You can take photos for reports. You can exchange this photo or documents. The expert remotely will be able to share his screen in order to show some procedure or to explain how to do. We have recently developed also the capability to save the session in video for traceability, but also for training. It can be interesting. Like I already said, the objective is really to deploy this application on existing devices, so not to oblige customer to take the new or last ones. So we have Windows, Android and iOS version for PC, tablet and smartphone. And it's also available on two different glasses, the HoloLens 2 that enable to have a very large view of virtual element on top of reality, and the RealWear that is really adapted for a very sensitive environment. So like we have seen, we have very basic features, I would say, that are very important to collaborate, but also advanced feature with augmented reality annotations to have it into the video streaming. It's easier to understand the environment, and also the capability to reuse 3D models coming from design office in order to display and to collaborate on these 3D models that is simplified on the different devices, so on tablet, but also HoloLens, smartphone or PC. So the solution, of course, is encrypted in transit and on the server. At the right, you have a link to go to a video we have on YouTube that we have done with a customer on engine diagnostic. And at the left, you can see very interesting numbers because the situation now, of course, oblige us to work remotely. But this solution is very interesting in general, of course, to avoid the travels, to resolve incidents more rapidly, and to have more time to operate new systems. Yes, so here you have an illustration of the HoloLens versions. The objective is really to create a virtual desktop. So you can open the gallery with all the photos. You can open documents in order to follow a procedure and to keep hands-free. You have at the right the screen of the expert that is sharing with you. You can see 3D models, so it can be very interesting to check, for example, the as design and the as built. The remote expert can show you step by step how to remove parts, moving parts from his PC, and you can annotate in 3D into the environment thanks to the HoloLens tracking. So we work with different customers, but once use on this 3D during COVID period, because Airbus Defence and Space that use it from a long time has been able to continue to work during the COVID. So the Toulouse team has been able to use Andy in order to inspect parts produced by the team in Brussels. So the objective is to inspect and validate them before receiving them in Toulouse for assembling on satellite. So they have been able to continue during COVID period from home. So it's very interesting. And at the right, we will start a big project with a truck manufacturer on HoloLens in order to propose design office support to factories for production. So rapidly, Andy 3D also is now used for factory acceptance tests remotely. So more and more her customers producing equipment will be able to use this type of solution in order to enable their customers to inspect and validate equipment before receiving them. And today we are mixing video streaming coming from camera, coming from a robot, coming from smartphone, of course. And at the right, you can see also the new version of Andy 3D in VR, because we can translate the factory in 3D and propose to the remote inspector to navigate into the factory and to inspect it during a calling session with all the other participants. So I don't know the time, but I think it's finished. So just to say, yes, Andy 3D Remote is an interesting product for this period, but also for the future in order to avoid travels, to be more green, of course, but also to use it into all departments, into the companies.
Thanks, Marie-Julie. Maybe just a quick question.
Yes.
So you were saying that your solution enables to avoid travels. Have you maybe already evaluated the potential impact for a company regarding these travels? Maybe how many travels are avoided, or do you have some
Exactly.
KPIs on this?
So yes, it's very interesting to estimate this saving cost with the customers. So for example, we have a customer that need to audit their supplier. And if they reduce the travels to do this audit about 30%, they will be able to reduce the budget of 1 million euros because they will avoid, of course, the cost of travels, but also the time of expert that will be able to do also more audit instead of being traveling. So yes, it's a subject that is easy to estimate because we have nothing to produce. It's just a tool to deploy, to use, and you avoid yes these travels and the time.
So that's very interesting for the environment as well, to see that digital can bring solutions to avoid travels and therefore to avoid carbon emission.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Thanks a lot,
Thank you
Marie-Julie. Very interesting. So next, I will leave the floor to Jérôme Beaune from Monzalab. So Jérôme, you are the head of business development at Monzalab. And today I think you have one of the easiest tasks because you will talk to us about TeamU. And I'm sure that as everyone is already convinced by TeamU, it will be easy for you to convince us about the utility of such solution. So Jérôme, it's up to you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I hope you hear me pretty well here. Can you confirm? Perfect. Thank you first of all for this introduction. And as you said, it's pretty easy for me since we are all on TeamU today. So TeamU is a solution developed by Manzelab. So first introduction with Manzelab, we exist for now 11 years, and we've been working on TeamU for 5 years now. So as you have discovered already, TeamU is for large trade fair events such as Virtuality, but we also use TeamU for any kind of remote working such as training or design thinking or just meetings as well. That's how it's been created. And for the history, TeamU means we meet upside down. And we worked, first of all, with some of our, let's say, clients on this solution to meet across the world into VR or laptop or Mac, exactly as we're doing right now. And the first purpose of it was to avoid to travel a lot, and also to, let's say, earn some time between meetings, and also the efficiency of the meetings, because most of the time when we're doing a lot of meetings, we have the propension to do other things at the same time. Especially when you're into VR, you can be focused, let's say, at 100% on your meeting. So that was really the origins of this solution. As you can see on the slide, the left picture, it's one of the tools. I have a question. I will answer the question just after the presentation, if it's fine for you, Gauthier. But thank you for the question. I will answer just right after it. First of all, there's one, let's say, function that's not present today on Virtuality. That is what we call the workshops. So it's the picture on the left. As you can see, there's a wide screen exactly like here in the auditorium, but there's several tables for workshops, and this group of people who can join together, talk together, chat together. They have their own small screen where they can load their own contents. And for instance, last week we had an event for Pôle emploi, and they use this, for example, to train people to create their resume or to update the LinkedIn account. So it was really a workshop live, and there were people on stage who could explain how to do a resume, for instance. And then after those, let's say, trainers will go from table to table and work together, and everyone was obviously at home, remote. So that's one of the functions that's not present today, but also exists. It's another way to see how you can use TeamU for something else than only a trade fair as today. And that was the first point. I will answer the question now. So do you face performance issue on your client's machine when animating events? So yes, we can have some issue on, let's say, it depends on the computer or the Mac. Obviously, we have some, let's say, minimum specs for each of them. We try to have the same minimum specs as, for example, to run Windows 10 on a computer. So it's 8 gigabytes of RAM, etc., etc. We can give you information if you come to our booth. We are just close to Orange booth and in front of Microsoft booth. We can give you all this information. We've been working those 5 years, and especially the last year, on how we can improve the performances of TeamU to work the most efficiently as we can. I hope I've answered your question, Gauthier, but if you want to talk more deeply into the technical aspect, I invite you to come on our booth after this pitch session, and we can talk together if you want. You're welcome, Gauthier. So to come back on the presentation, so as I explained, we have the workshops. We also have performed for example, some job dating, so some interview between some large corporation and some, let's say, people who want to work for those company. So it was very complicated this year for a lot of companies to recruit people because of the sanitary issue that we are all facing today. And thanks to TeamU, they did some, let's say, large interview and job dating. The last thing I want to say about TeamU, because I know that the timing is very short and maybe there's other questions coming after, is that we're still working on how we can improve it and add some new interaction tools. So we have, let's say, a roadmap coming for 2021 with a lot of new tools that we want to add on our solution to improve, let's say, interaction between humans. Because right now, as you could see, when you talk, when you speak, there's animations, you can chat, you can talk, etc., etc. But we are in a virtual world, so I think we could do even more. And for example, some how you say this in English? Some when you're doing some post-its, or you can add like some words and do some statistics in live, like everything that we used to do in real life, in meetings, in pitch session or workshop. And we're working on this solution in the coming weeks and months. And I hope that we'll be more than happy to show you all these new, let's say, features next year on Virtuality 2021, and maybe in other interaction that we could have all together. So I don't know if there's any other questions. I tried to do it pretty short, but as Mathieu said, you're already on the solution, so it was quite easy to, let's say, show you and explain you TeamU. Please feel free in the chat.
Maybe a question on my side, Jérôme.
Yes.
So the solution seems quite promising. What are today the businesses that you see are ready to invest time and money also in this kind of solution? And for what purpose? Are there any other verticals and event management that are today ready to take advantage of this kind of solution?
Thank you, Mathieu. It's a great question. So first of all, TeamU is really, let's say, it suits a lot of needs, especially today, but even before. I mean, we haven't created TeamU this year because of the COVID situation, but it existed already before. And most of the time, the first needs are to gather people and to bring people together remotely. And most of the time, it's basically for training for large or smaller company. We work with any kind of company and in any kind of industry. It goes from retail to telecommunication to energy to event organizer, especially recently, to I don't know, sportswear brands. I mean, any kind of company that needs to present something, to validate something from a long distance using, let's say, PDF or 3D objects or any kind of virtual tool to embed into the solution. And I don't know if it answers properly the whole question, Mathieu. But most of the time, I think since everyone is already equipped with a computer or Macs, not everyone with VR we know today, but it's growing and growing. It's already, let's say, ready to use in a certain matter.
Mm-hmm. And do you see maybe some global companies with offices all around the world using it for people to meet and to create work relationship virtually? Do you see this kind of use already with your solution?
Yes, we already have some of our clients that use it for this purpose. So it could be just for meetings or also to gather people between, I don't know, some American headquarters with the French headquarters, or when, for instance, if you want to onboard some new members in the company to gather them together, or to make them a virtual tour of I don't know, the newest facilities, or to explain some process in 3D for training. So that's basically the something that we already do and that we're still planning to do in the coming months for our clients.
All right. Thanks, Jérôme.
You're welcome.
Maybe
Thank you, everyone.
If there is some question in the audience, we can take one additional question. If not, we will conclude. Okay, I see no question in the chat room. So to conclude, if I had to sum up what I have learned today, I would say that XR brings remote interactions to the next level compared to video and voice communication. It creates a sense of presence, more focus in meetings and for collaboration in general. And it's also a good way to facilitate remote technical support and the whole product creation process, thanks to 3D manipulation that sometimes is not even possible in the physical reality. So I hope that the audience has learned as much as me today, and that this will give ideas on how to better organize remote work and make it more efficient in the future. So thanks to all the great speakers we had today for this pitch session. Thanks for the interesting exchange, and thanks to all the participants and spectators. And I wish you a good evening to everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mathieu.
Thank you, Matthew. That was great.
Thank you, Mathieu.
Hello everyone, I am Antonio Squeo. I am Chief Innovation Officer of Evolus Innovation. Evolus Innovation is a company specialized in digital customer journey in luxury retail. In particular, our most important project was Natuzzi Augmented Store. And our focus is to write a storytelling of experience to allow final customers to be in connection with a brand. Our last project, our first project was Natuzzi. Natuzzi won the award worldwide for retail. For retail market in the category of game changer, and this year in September we finish. We just closing our first fundraising with the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti venture capital. Our logic, our focus was that every final customer can allowed to connect in experience with every devices at home by web, through web XR, by iOS or Android. So are key to our core, of course, HoloLens too, of course, immersive headset, and why not in the future through PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox. Of course, the best experience is in HoloLens, but our logic is that the final customer enter in this journey, in this experience with every device in the store, and the business assistant or the consult assistant using normally HoloLens too. After this presentation, is very quickly, because I prefer that I show you some video for this experience. Augmented Store is a store that allow the people to enter at home in extended reality, product through device, through tablet or every devices, and in case the final customer need to have a support from consultant assistant, can ask his support or her support, and he can talk or she can talk to define which product buy. After this touch point, the final customer can go directly in the store to buy, or to buy directly in the web. Our focus is to sell, to support our customer to by a profit generator. We want to help our customer to sell more through this experience, but in particular the customer that have real store, physical store. That's the reason that we talk about phygital. Of our digital experience, omni-channel experience, have the focus to support the store, the physical store, for this experience. So the customer can choose every product in digital way, also to a remote selling with a customer assistant, but it's very important that the same experience can have inside of the store. The first, as I talked before, as I told before, the first experience was Natuzzi. With Natuzzi, the goal of Natuzzi was to create a pop-up store of 40 square meters in the downtown area, but in the same time, in the same space, they can need to show 10,000 square meters of digital product. And in this case, we create an augmented store with holographic shape. The outcome of this for Natuzzi was 35% of revenue growth in the store where they implement this experience, and of course the reduction of the store space required. For another important project for us was for the National Chamber of Italian Fashion, and the last one was Ferragamo. For Italian Fashion, we mixed for the first time Italian art in the Giorgio De Chirico. We create a metaphysical space starting from a painter, Italian painter was that the name was Italian Giorgio De Chirico, and we create a spatial environment with based on the Giorgio De Chirico painter, and the customer can by web can enter in this space and can meet other people in physical to see the collection of the new stylist for Camera della Moda, for Camera della Moda. The last one was Ferragamo project. With Ferragamo project, the goal was to show to the final customer Tramezza shoes. Tramezza is a customizing shoes for that you can choose in over 2,000 typology of colors of detail. In this case, the final customer in a tablet, with tablet can enter in the website of Ferragamo, can choose every color of the shows, can share with can see every detail, and in case he needs support, can call directly a customer assistant. That the customer assistant enter in the same space, in the same virtual space. Exactly the same logic of Fortnite or Minecraft, the same logic, absolutely the same. Imagine exactly the same at home when two young people meet in the same space of Fortnite or Minecraft with some friends. It's exactly the same logic of gamification of architecture. I go directly now. This is the journey. The first journey was that the customer can see with himself. In case needs an help, call directly the sales assistant, and with the sales assistant can configure everything, and after to try physically the size of the shoes, go directly in the store. I go. This is the quote of the CEO of Michele Develec. That was about the experience, and the outcome was very impressive about the KPI. I go directly now to present you the video because I think is the best way to see this experience. First of all, I show you Natuzzi video experience.
Of how the experience in the store with this operational backbone that they've built could change retail. And another example of this is Natuzzi, a fashion furnishing store out of Italy. In fact, they have a store right here in New York where they have the entire catalog available virtually. And the beauty of what they're doing is they're using mixed reality and augmented reality to change what even the retail experience looks like, because their ability to be able to say, you bring your house into the store, and in fact, you can take the store into your house. So the ability for you to change what your expectations are in terms of inventory availability, how you design what you want and configure what you want, and then place it where you want before you even decide to buy is changing. Let's roll the video to give you a flavor for that.
Everything started from a dream to create upholstered goods with an amazing design and visual comfort. I work with craftsmen and artisans in finding the best stitching, the best color, the best way to give shape to these dreams. And so here we are, using Microsoft HoloLens 2 and Azure Cognitive Services, giving consumers an idea of their ideal homes in a way that makes them fall in love. We let them walk their home virtually. We give you the emotional side that makes you feel that, yes, I want to buy it. It gives us the opportunity of showing the collection without boundaries. We've been quite fast in translating a vision into something real. When you see what you dream, then came to reality, that makes our tears and passion worth the time that we spent.
So in this case, of course, the person that present our solution in Satya Nadella, we was very proud about that. But he say exactly 1-2 words. Or you take the house and bring the house and go in the store, or bring the store and go at home. And that is amazing for the experience in Natuzzi. The second of our video is the integration of the Natuzzi solution, because in this case the experience was in the store, but after the COVID, of course, we need to find a solution to transfer the augmented store at home of the customer. I show you the second video, about Augmented Store, changed the name, is Augmented Store at Home.
Augmented Store at Home. How to support the business continuity of retail stores. Consumers only need to download the Augmented Store at Home app with an iOS or Android mobile device. They can enter the virtual store and live an immersive tour in augmented reality while at home. They will be able to explore all the products in full or small scale and visualize them in the virtual environment of the store or in the real environment of their homes. The consumer can contact the store staff for advice or support. The staff will start a real-time collaboration session using a computer or smartphone, Microsoft HoloLens 2, or a tablet. The store staff can see what customers see through holographic avatars and interactively lead them through the discovery of the 3D digital twins of the various items, up to the purchase decision. The system is integrated with real-time insights technologies to support better customer profiling and thus offer increasingly engaging experiences. Ready for every retail industry.
In this case, the most important thing was the connection through final customers and store assistant, also in case the store was closed. That was the really amazing output, because normally during the COVID, the final customer can buy through the website, the company can send, the brand can send the product, but the store assistant don't have no job. In this case, everyone are in we warranted the business continuity for that. Every people was included. The third solution was National Chamber of Italian Fashion.
The National Chamber of Italian Fashion welcomes you to its multi-brand virtual showroom. This virtual showroom is a metaphysical architectural project inspired by the De Chirico paintings and the influences it had on the history of Italian culture. In this concept, the evocative suggestions of the return of Ulysses merge with the wonderful synthesis of Giorgio de Chirico's poetics and formal pictorial lexicon, the rhythm and proportions of classical architecture, the iconic strength of solitary mannequins, and the elusive power of the sea, a deep and lively fluid subsoil. The virtual fashion hub market is a precious container in which essential shapes are composed by following a linear system. A walkway over the water is the path you will build your experience on by discovering young designers, the promise and future for new craftsmanship in fashion. The National Chamber of Italian Fashion celebrates the sustainable designers with this space that focuses on the metaphysical virtual showroom, on the themes of social responsibility and environmental and production sustainability applied to the world of fashion. This space is designed to remember the importance and meaning of three very precious resources for the fashion supply chain: environment, space, and time.
This was for National Chamber of Italian Fashion, and the last one in the fashion market was Ferragamo Tramezza shoes. I show immediately the video.
An impeccable blend of craft and innovation converge into Salvatore Ferragamo's special Tramezza shoes. The traditional handcrafting process combines with innovative and smart technology to create the future of craft in an exclusive made-to-order service. From the comfort of his home, the client can access a virtual space to meet the store assistant and see various options to customize the classic Tramezza shoe in a rich, interactive experience on any digital device. With the mixed reality technology, this unique customization service allows the client to browse among Tramezza models through the eyes of the store assistant in a real-time digital experience. The client can add his personal touch to an emblematic house icon, creating his own masterpiece, which he can purchase by calling or visiting the store. Prestige detailing, quality materials, and a comfortable fit are the hallmarks of all Ferragamo shoes. But they approach the sublime with the 160-step Tramezza technique, an iconic house construct.
And the last words from my part is a omni-channel platform, is a omni-channel logic, and the customer can enter in contact with the brand with every touch point. Web, support physically is digital experience. That's, I think it's very important to give you about our Evolus approach. Everyone should be included in this. Everyone can have this experience. Everyone with every devices. For the question, I am totally available to answer you without problem. Thank you so much, of course. I don't know if the question arrived me in chat or by voice, I don't know. I asked to okay, in case there are Maurice, okay. Add the fashion model and choose graphic or photo. The fashion models. No, is the fashion all right, I don't understand exactly the question, Maurice, but is digital twin or photo or video? But in the project of Ferragamo, we create everything in digital. We created the 3D asset with ourselves, with the Camera della Moda, with the chamber, with the National Chamber of Italian Fashion. We create automatically with a shooting room, automatically digital twin. Other answer? Of course, any information about from Evolus, you can go in our website. So digital twin from photo. No, digital twin is not from photo. The digital twin was from a shooting room. We have a shooting room where you can wear the outfit of your brand, and the mannequin rotate in 360, and automatically we create in 24 hours the digital twin. There are other situations from digital twin from the photo, but is not perfect. In one photo, of course, in case you have one photo of the outfit every 10 degrees, it's possible to create automatically. And this is the reason that we use the shooting room with a mannequin rotate. The point of our experience is mixed, share, art, fashion, and the technology. I think this is a magic about that. Yes, correct. Is correct. Yes, absolutely yes. Is correct. Your question is from the camera we transfer on graphics software. Absolutely yes, but not automatically immediately online. But we need hours for automatic production. When we create the shooting, the photo shooting, you need in 24 hours we deliver everything, because 80% of this shooting is good for automatically process of create digital twin, but for in some time it's a necessary and situation. Did you sell fashion items from this view only? In this case, we don't sell fashion item. You can do that. It's totally integrated in for CMS of PrestaShop, of Magento, or other situation, of course. But it's not the original idea for us. For us, it's important not to give to the customer to buy directly like e-commerce. You can do that, of course. But the real point is when you buy a complex product, you need to talk with a sales assistant. That's the way that we prefer. We are specialized in digital customer journey, means to involve sales assistant with or buyer assistant with the final customers. And for the future, our hope, I think, not only for Italian market, for Italian brand, but also for a French brand or UK brand, is to show not only in the store the experience of shoes like Ferragamo or like other brand that we will work in the next month, but I think if every fashion brand, luxury brand, adopt one piece of art, of Italian art, of fashion art, of French art, and create a museum, and the customer can see art inside of every store with the holographic experience, I think in this case the made in Italy, but also the made in France or the made in UK, I think our dream is that every customer that in the future will go in Ferragamo shoes can see also Florence Museum. That's we're working in that. And I think because the customer buy experience, don't buy only product. And we are the mandatory to share the normal experience for the product for other situation, in particular in this moment, because allow every customer to show Italian museum, French museum, UK museum, for everyone in every store in the world of Italian brand or fashion brand. This is, I think, is a really inclusive way to create omni-channel solution. This is, of course, is only our opinion, but we love to include the inclusive way. That's I think it's very, very important. And the people don't buy only product in store. The people on web. The people need to see all the also other experience. Thank you so much. So, Farid, does your company produce the content, or do you provide technology? Both. For Ferragamo, we produce content and also the of course we provide for technologies. But for in this case, the most important, I forget to say, the solution is remote selling. During Ferragamo experience, the sales assistant can switch the camera with HoloLens and walking in the real store to show other product for the customers. And that's the other. And when you see a product, automatically appear a new multimedia asset over the normal product. So is a that's the reason that digital is not the only digital, only physical. In case of other question, I am available on LinkedIn to Antonio Squeo. And thank you so much for your time. Really, thank you so much.
Lucas, so you're live. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello everybody, and let me just load up my PDF. Welcome to this presentation on how to keep the future weird and fun and all in between. Just letting you guys know, I am watching, for those of you who are watching the YouTube live stream, I am looking at the chat. If you have any questions or any comments throughout the presentation, I'm going to be paying attention to those, and would love to, to have you guys help me steer this conversation. So before I get into any of this, let me just introduce myself. Oh, wait, actually, no. Before we get into the presentation, I wanted to do something a little bit different here. And in 2017, there was this study at Princeton University that discovered that when you present information to people in the form of ugly fonts, people are more likely to remember the content of the presentations. So while preparing for this, as an experiment, I decided to collect all the worst fonts I could find on the internet, like the ugliest things I could get my hands on. I made a collection, and those are the fonts that I used for the presentation today. So yes, I'm using neuroscience to help you guys remember all of the crazy stuff we're going to talk about. My name is Lucas Risotto. I am a director, a creative technologist. I make things with virtual and augmented reality, mostly on the weird side. And I've made tons of projects, some of them virtual reality games that have released on Oculus Quest, others all kinds of like apps for the HoloLens, and some and recently I started a YouTube channel called Lucas Builds the Future, in which I create virtual and augmented reality projects in video format, and I share the process with the world. And let me just say that I joined virtual and augmented reality back in 2016. I had no knowledge of technology whatsoever. All that I knew was at the moment I saw it, it was like one of the weirdest things I had ever seen. The kinds of experiences that I got to play, things in which you're an eggplant, and all of a sudden I have this inbound knowledge and perspective of what it is like to be an eggplant, and the existential problems that come within, and basically seeing virtual and augmented reality, this huge potential for doing all sorts of weird things, is really what drew me inside the medium. But before I talk about all of this, let me just start with a story. And I think it's a story that really illustrates the power of weird. And that is the Tale of Gary Kremen. Now, for us to tell the story, we have to go back to the 1980s. In the 1980s, it was a very, very different place, particularly when it comes to the world of dating. Dating has, I'll be honest, dating has always been terrible, but it was particularly a particular brand of terrible in the 1980s. And Gary, our friend, who has impacted all of your lives, and you may not know how, was a romantic. And he had a very strange idea. And the idea was simple, actually. It is simple now, in retrospect, but at the time it was very strange. He founded Match.com and introduced the world to the concept of online dating, an idea that was weird as hell at the time. Gary actually spent several years trying to get funding to get the idea off the ground. But he believed in it. He saw a possibility. It was strange. He was trying to find a partner for himself as well, but he went on with the idea. And we know now that it worked, but Gary did not expect to work in the way that it did. His idea, in fact, worked so well that his girlfriend, back in 1903, met another man on the website that he created and left him, which was a terrible news for Gary, but it showed the world that the process, that the idea worked. And now, flash forward now, over almost 30 years, and we see how Gary has reinvented the world of dating, because really apps like OkCupid and Tinder are really all just their parent companies still Match. But the point being with this story is that I think this applies to any sort of technological innovation or any sort of product that's like really important nowadays. If you roll back the clock on any kind of important creation or product that we use today, you will always find a very weird product that no one cares about at its genesis. And this is a little bit hard to think about because when we think about important products and innovations, like this is what we think, like if smartphones, for example, this is what we think about. But this that you're seeing right now just would not exist if it was not for those weird ass prototypes that, again, people did not care about. But they are a precursor to all of the things that we consider innovative and important today. Weird is a precursor. Exploring weird ideas, rather, is a precursor to innovation. And without weird, just nothing changes. And that is why I've been an incredibly big proponent of weirdness in virtual and augmented reality, of projects that change the way we see the world and each other and business. And that's that's not unreasonable, because virtual and augmented reality really gives us the ability to rethink every aspect of the human experience, our relationships. Of course, it helps us rethink things like gaming and business, but it really helps us rethink what it means to be human. What is the role of our body when we're interacting with software? How does it change the way we connect with other people? But something that I've been noticing, and 2016 was particularly interesting because every app or game that was coming out in 2016, for the most part, was trying something wild and new because we didn't even know what worked back then. But in the past couple of years, we've been discovering, what are the things that sell and the things that don't, and VR and AR has been becoming a little bit less experimental, especially when you're considering the potential that VR and AR has for reinventing every aspect of humanity. And of course, there's still projects that do lots of weird things, like Chocolate, which lets you be a cat god that can fire kittens from your Canon arms, or experiences like Everybody's Sad, in which it's actually a very interesting look into depression, in which every single object in your home is sad, and you have to find a way to make them happy. To experiences like Chalk Room, which really change the way we navigate space and the way we look at the potential for virtual reality for things like storytelling. But there's so much more that we can do with this. So I wanted to do a presentation that not only, I share a little bit about my process when it comes to creating virtual and augmented reality weird things, but also in which I can give you guys some tips and some basic pointers on how to make your projects weirder. And here you're probably noticing that I'm using weird almost interchangeably with innovation, because that's what I think doing weird projects is. It's just that time goes on, we get used to the weirdness, and then the weird becomes normal, and we forget that it was weird in the first place. Like the internet. The internet was freaking weird early on, but now it's such a normal and core part of our lives that we just forget there was a moment in which it was just a bunch of nerdy people playing. So let me talk about some of my projects that I've done recently, because when I approach my creations, and I'm not saying that everybody has to do this, because not everybody has to, but I think the way that me being someone who actually, my early projects were actually incredibly boring. It was just projects not only that like no one cared about, but the moment I made something, two other people would make like the same thing 3 months later, which I think is a hallmark of uninteresting projects, is when like other people are just reaching the same conclusion almost sometimes faster than you are. And I got lots of incoming contact requests, so I'm going to answer those later. But really, before I start working on any project, the question that I ask myself is, why does this need to exist? How does it change the conversation? Does it introduce any new element in virtual reality? Maybe it gives storytellers like new forms of language, new interaction mechanics. Or if it's in the perspective of business, it's like, oh, maybe it completely it offers a new approach for an entirely it offers a completely new approach for a different industry. And I think the first project that I've done that finally contributes something truly meaningful was Where Thoughts Go. And let me open up the video just for 1 second. So Where Thoughts Go is a virtual reality experience released back for the Quest in 2019, but originally in festivals in 2018. And it's an asynchronous social VR experience, which is very different from what we usually see in the social VR space. And let me play a little bit of the trailer for you.
I guess I was asleep that night, was waiting for. I guess I was asleep that night, was waiting for.
Hey, hi, how are you?
I miss someone that I probably shouldn't miss.
Try to connect to as many people as possible. I guess I just wanted to figure things out.
I wish I would have spent more time with them.
Such an intense, passionate connection. Such an intense, passionate connection in my life. Such an intense, passionate connection in my life. There's so such an intense, passionate connection in my life. There's so many things that I wish I could talk to him about. Perfection, talk to him about. Perfection is messy, talk to him about. Perfection is messy, talk to him about. Perfection is messy.
Team above everything else.
Take care of yourself. More.
What do I do now?
You record whatever you want to record.
Oh, I think my microphone was off. Okay. All right, let me come back to this. I'm sorry, everybody. So I was just saying that because we're having some problems with playback, that Where Thoughts Go is a social VR experience that lets you, in which human thoughts are sleeping creatures. So you enter these worlds populated by these little creatures that you wake up, and when you wake them up, you listen to voice messages left by other people who were there before you were. And to progress through this experience, people are actually answering increasingly personal questions, create little creatures of their own, and leave them behind for other people to find. So it's a really intimate and personal experience that shows that virtual reality is not necessarily a medium for isolation, which is something that people assumed, especially in the early days, but it can be something that deeply connects us with other people, in this case, strangers. But it also had some hidden innovations of its own, because really, if you look at the social, like a social VR space, all of it is synchronous, to means that it happens in real time. It's like the conversation we're having right here. You're there in the audience, I'm here on stage, and we're talking live. But the internet does not work that way. The internet runs mostly on asynchronous social platforms, such as email or Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn. Basically, you post content and it can be consumed at any time in the future, asynchronously. And if you look at the virtual reality space, I mean, especially when it comes to social VR, we don't have asynchronous social networks. Everything works synchronously. Everything is like a live chat room. And this is a project that, again, it was a weird experiment that I was just doing in my room that introduces virtual reality to not only these new ideas of intimacy, but also to this new form of asynchronous social content, of asynchronous social media that is currently absent from virtual reality. And I also actually, we're now repurposing Where Thoughts Go as a form of virtual therapy, because I didn't know at the time, but I accidentally created a new form of group therapy completely by accident, just by trying to play with these strange ideas. And that's one of the interesting things about doing strange projects and doing these strange things and just following your gut and doing what you think is compelling. You find value where you least expect it. And I think this is an interesting case. I was doing an art project and I ended up uncovering a new way of doing social VR, but also an entirely new way to do group therapy. And that is the power of weird. It is, at first, you don't know where it's going and you don't know where it's going to take you, but if you pursue it, when most people are afraid of doing so, then you can find very, very interesting things indeed. So for my second project, I'm going to show just the introduction. So this was my first episode of Lucas Builds the Future. And I've always been fascinated by the idea of time machines. But of course, you know, we've been taught that time machines are the work of science fiction. But, you know, we have so much crazy technology today, everything, counting from virtual reality, as well as many other things, that was like, there has to be a way that I can create a real life time machine. And that's how this project came to be. And I'm just going to play you the first minute of it. You can watch it on YouTube and Lucas Builds the Future if you want to see the full thing. But this is just the opening statement. And and here we go.
Is hell yes. Oh! Is hell yes. Oh! Is hell yes. Oh! Look at that. Look is hell yes. Oh! Look at that. Look is hell yes. Welcome to Lucas Builds the Yes. Oh! Look at that. Look at that! Look at that spoiler! Oh my god! Yep, for the past 2 years, I've been working on a real-life time machine. And I know that right now you have lots of questions, such as, who's that guy? Why does he have a box on his face? And also, how? Now, the truth is that we can't build a time machine that lets you go back in time and kill Hitler. I tried that. That's very hard. What we can do is build a personal time machine, a virtual reality invention that lets you go back in time to re-experience your memories from the past. And the way we're gonna do it is simple. For 1 year, I will wear a camera on my face, recording my life day in and day out for 365 days. And then, using the power of virtual reality, we'll create an immersive time machine simulation that lets me go back to any date that I want to see through younger eyes again. Today, we're gonna build this project together as I do my best not to completely lose my mind. Welcome to Lucas Builds the Future.
Yay, that one worked well. Okay, cool. So, yeah, in this case, the project was done it was a virtual reality project, but I was doing it through the YouTube, as a YouTube video story, mostly because I wanted to focus on that thing that I talked about before, which is generating conversation. And of course, I didn't use I didn't actually attach a phone to my forehead. What I did is that I used a smartphone, sorry, not a smartphone, a pair of smart glasses called the Spectacles, which have cameras attached to them, and that's what I used to record my life for a year. And just like Where Thoughts Go, I ended up finding out so many interesting things about the future of memory, and you can find more about it in the video, but essentially how the past is not the past anymore, especially as we enter this new world of augmented reality glasses in which we're recording our lives all the time. And again, weird project that takes me to all sorts of interesting realizations around the future. And finally, I'm just going to show one more project, which is a portal that I built recently, which I think also fits the theme, and it's a fairly entertaining video.
From the brilliant Irving Berlin score of this picture, Alice brings
Can move exactly the way we. Then finally, we use augmented.
Irving Berlin score of this picture, Alice brings us Everybody's Step.
So I don't know about you guys, but quarantine has been a little bit rough on me. It's been 4 months since I interacted with another soul, and I fear that any more of this will drive me to total insanity. So to fix this, I decided to tear down walls. To use augmented reality to connect me with my best friend 3,000 miles away. And how? By building a portal. A portal that connects my room to his and let us hang out with each other like we were actually there. A portal that lets us be virtual roommates. In this video, we're going to build this project together and show you how space will never be the same again.
But yeah, another example. I ended up learning so much about the future of telepresence by doing this project. It started out just as a fun idea, especially the sledgehammer, because honestly, it's not like we would actually implement sledgehammer, like a sledgehammer being as the way we start a call, but it was just so damn fun that I had to do it. And I think I'm gonna start going to the tail end of this talk because we are going a little bit over time because of the little hiccup that we had earlier today. But basically, many of you are probably looking at this and like, okay, these projects are fun, but didn't you say that, at the beginning, what was the slide? That at the start point of every single innovation, if you roll back the clock enough, you're going to find a Genesis project that no one cares about. Are you telling me to do projects that no one cares about? And not necessarily, because you see a weird. I made a couple graphs that show the evolution of weird, and just follow me here for a second. So here we have the beginning, where the weird thing is made. So in this case, you can look at it as Match.com, perhaps, or maybe it's like whatever came before. And of course, no one cares about it in the beginning. That's how all truly weird things starts. But then, the weird thing finds a niche. And there's a small community that really cares about that thing or that technology or that product, and most of the world doesn't know about it yet. But that community knows it's powerful, knows it's a big deal. Sound familiar? Well, then, of course, inevitably, that weird thing becomes cool one day. And then we have an explosion in which it finally becomes mainstream. Then, of course, after it becomes mainstream, your dad finds about it and gets into it. And then, of course, your grandmother and your grandfather, and it plummets down in value as it becomes a lame thing. And if it's a product, it might have lost its utility by then as well. But it's not over. Then, of course, we get into the nostalgia waves, which will basically lead the weird thing onto it's very slow death throughout the centuries. And when looking at this graph, virtual reality basically, I believe, is right here. It's weird, but there is a niche, and now we're at this tipping point in which we're about to blow it up to the mainstream. So now is really the best time for us to explore wild ideas and wild projects and create things that truly move the conversation forward and move this dot up this graph. And of course, yeah, this is the time to explore. This is the time to have fun. This is the time to do wild things. And I want to see more weirdness in virtual and augmented reality. It's not that difficult. So to close it off, let me give you some quick tips on how to keep projects weird in a pragmatic way. Of course, I don't want you guys to just make something that no one understands. And number one is the thing I said before. Ask yourself, how does this project change the conversation? Very often, whatever it is you're working on, you have ideas of elements that you want to put into the product, but maybe you're afraid of doing it because it's too new or it's too weird. I urge you to try to put those things into your products. Create things that move the conversation forward, even if it's a small thing on like how you're handling buttons in your app. It doesn't matter. Trying to make it so your projects change the conversation is a very simple way of making them stranger, but also moving the innovation curve forward and moving us to a better place in VR and AR. Number two, combine your interests and skills. Now, this is more for people who are just starting out with new projects. And I'm doing them all the time because I have like a new project every 2 or 3 months. But the more personal interests and skills your project combines, the most unique it will be. One of the coolest things about virtual and augmented reality is how multidisciplinary it is. People from all sorts of industries are getting into this space and with a new and unique perspective. So the more of those interests and skills you combine to virtual and augmented reality, just the more unique your output's going to be, because you are probably one of the only experts that combine. Actually, no, you are the only expert in the world that is a combination of all your interests and skills. So the more of those your project combines, the weirder and most useful to the industry at large it's going to be. Number three, this is a very pragmatic one. It's looking for forgotten niches. So before I started VR AR, I actually I got started with the HoloLens, which is a device that was only being used by enterprise at the time. No one was doing interesting projects for it. And that's exactly why I bought one. It was a terrible decision at the time. I had a lot of college debt. But I started out with the HoloLens because I knew that whatever it is that I did for it that wasn't just enterprise would stand out. And that was absolutely true. I did a couple of small apps, and that's how my career got started. Because most of the things in the HoloLens were so boring and dull that people didn't pay attention to it. So look for forgotten niches and bring them back to life with your own unique perspective, your interests, your skills. That is a great way of making your products weirder, more interesting, and more meaningful for the VR AR community at large. And number four, also another very pragmatic one, is look for strong reactions. When you're telling people about your projects and what you're trying to do, make their eyebrows raise. And if their eyebrows aren't raising, there's probably more you can do. You can usually roll back a little bit to the concept stage and find something that really brings out the fire in people's eyes. And I know this doesn't work for every single industry, but in general, your biggest enemy is indifference. If people just like shrug their shoulders when you tell them about what you're working on, it means there's either maybe it's not the product, maybe it's just the way you're delivering the story, but it is your biggest indicator that you're onto something, be it good or bad. So whenever I'm working on a project that I'm really excited about and I'm telling other people about it and I don't see strong reactions, it's either a failure of my communication or it's because the project's not doing something. It's not really affecting them at a personal level, which usually means that your ability to move the industry forward is also restricted because ultimately it is going to be moved by the way people feel about what it is you're building. And I'm going to close it here. Of course, I'm taking questions, and I'm sorry about the technical issues before. You can follow me on Twitter, on Instagram. The handle is down there. And if you like my work, you can support me on Patreon. Everything that I do is funded by the community. Now, I'm not sure we're taking questions. I don't see anything on YouTube yet. So thank you so much for your time, everybody. I wish I could hear you right now. And yeah, keep things weird. Make this medium as weird as it has the potential to be. And I think the future is going to be very strange, bright, and just beautiful. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lucas. That was great.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. I hit the mute button. So how are we handling questions?
You can see the chat, the public chat of the auditorium here, and
Oh,
if you
the
have
auditorium
any
chat, of
questions, you should have people saying, thank you, Lucas.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Ernest, for the message. Valentina, thank you for the mute warnings. I'm sorry I didn't see them.
It's okay. It was perfect. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, Flavio, Riani, Valerie, Matteo, Simeone, Thank you so much for being here. Marion, Christopher Lance, Emmanuel. Oh my God, so many people. I'm sorry, I wish I saw the chat earlier. Sharhawk, I hope I said that right. Am I missing anybody? Luciana, Richard, thank you so much. Thank you, Gislan. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce the name right. Chloe, yeah, I actually totally missed the opportunity to Where Thoughts Go when it was like a project that was perfect for quarantine, but I was so actually exhausted, not only because of quarantine, but the project. I had been working on it for like 2-3 years now, and I wanted to do new things that I totally missed the opportunity to spread it during these times. But you're totally right that it was a good project. Also, I hope the weird fonts. Oh, okay. The event has reached its end time, everybody. We're getting kicked out. Christopher, I'm just gonna Christopher. Oh, oh my God, I'm sorry. Let me just answer your question. So, how do you find investors, as it is difficult to convince them with weird projects? Yeah, I've had a lot of problems with that firsthand. People usually only want to invest once they know something works, and I've actually tried to orient my life so my projects are things that if nobody funds me, they're things that I can do alone. And this is part of the reason I went to YouTube, because they have so many ideas that they have no, either investors don't want to give me money or there's no real financial reasoning behind them other than they're cool, that I decided I'm like, okay, I'm not going to build products that I release, but I'm going to do these projects in the YouTube video format so I don't have to put in as much work in the creation of the project, because when you're releasing a product, 90% of the work is just like detail and polish and bug fixing and stuff like that. So the way you deal with it is honestly by just doing it on your own, by showing them it works, and then building a reputation that hopefully one day gives you the flexibility to do really weird, strange things. Yeah, I've had difficulty getting people to fund strange projects, but probably because I'm in the beginning of my career. Hopefully, with time you get to show them that there is a method to the madness. It's not doing weird for weird's sake, but it's doing weird because you know that exploring strange ideas gives you unique sources of value that no one considered before. And I think that is my answer. Of course. All right, everybody, I'm going to go back to the hall. I'm going to be hanging out there for a second. Yes, it is. And yeah, let's chat. Let's chat. See you in the hall. Bye, everybody.
Marco, it's time, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And my name is Marco Demeraz. Delighted to be here. And thank you very much to Virtuality for including me, especially Valentina Oliver. And today I'll talk about the AI enabling and empowering immersive and spatial computing, specifically, the use cases for media, entertainment, enterprise. Let's see if my slides will show up. When I came up with the title, by the way, just going back to yesterday, I heard 1,500 people showed up. I was, West Coast time. I was a little bit late to the party, but great success. Hope a lot more today, and the exhibit floor is amazing. A lot of great companies you can go and check and talk to. So as we're loading up the slides, so today, in a 20 minutes, I'll try to give you an overview of how AI is enabling AR and VR for consumer and enterprise. But I'll start with the next slide. I'll start with who we are and what we do. The Venture Reality Fund, we started the fund with my partner, Tivitat, about 4.5 years ago. And our belief was that the combination of AR, VR, and AI will transform our lives. And this is really the future of computing. So we consider ourselves a deep tech investors in AI, AR, and VR. Next. And if you look at our investment model, we're living in a data-driven economy, and everything is some database, and then we overlay AI on top of it for various implementations to cover really across the full industry spectrum, from gaming to healthcare, fintech, and so forth. A lot of these solutions are empowered by AR and VR. As we know, high level, we call them immersive and spatial computing. Next. So that's been our investment thesis, and some of our portfolio companies. This is really not about our fund, but I just want to give you a sense of what our investment thesis is, how we constructed the portfolio in line with that. It's about 6% of the portfolio are enterprise, and the others are on the consumer side. Some of the companies like Wave, you've been doing these amazing virtual concerts with The Weeknd, John Legend, and others. Beat Games, Beat Saber. I assume most of you are familiar with it. And then Virtuality, ML platform with VR visualization for complex data sets. So we have about 32 active companies in the portfolio with number of exits, and portfolio reflects really the way we look at the model that I described to you: data, AI, and AR, VR to empower across many industry sectors. Next. So what's happening globally on the investment side, if you look at the venture investments for AI, AR, and VR, in our approximation, it's over $25 billion globally. And this doesn't, by the way, include the internal investments that companies make, from Microsoft to Facebook to Google to Procter & Gamble and BMW and others, to really use and harness the power of AI, AR, and VR. And in terms of the investment categories, there are two sectors or vectors. One is, so enabling technologies are fundamental to all apps and use cases. Those are, natural language understanding, voice AI, computer vision, image and text generation, and as well as the complex data analysis, detection of volumetric content, and reinforcement learning. All these are for applications like in e-commerce, fashion, and content creation, for production, for gaming and movies and other activities. And then data security, data visualization, privacy, obviously extremely important. Also discovery of new molecules or molecular formations, as well as in automotive and robotics and other areas. Next. So I'm going to start with sort of three sections. First one is, what are some of the ongoing research and the AI side that has implications broadly for both enterprise and consumers, and then talk about the media entertainment side, and then I'll briefly mention the enterprise side if the time permits. So let's talk about some of the latest AI research and how they're used. Next. So again, apologies if this is too rudimentary for you because I don't know the audience composition. People use AI, ML, deep learning interchangeably. So AI is really the overarching umbrella. Under that, you have machine learning, and then the deep learning is a subset of it. And if you look at the various compositions of AI, it goes from Turing testing to generalized intelligence to cognitive processing, and natural language understanding, generation, computer vision, all of that, and supervised, unsupervised, they're all under the AI umbrella. So when you say AI, it encompasses everything. When you say ML, it's really a subset of it. Next. So I'm sure you've seen this now with the generative adversarial networks, you can create very believable images of people. It's really based on data. If you have sort of millions of images of people, you can train the system to create these very believable people. These don't exist, right? If you go to any of these websites, by the way, you'll see throughout my slide presentation that I put URLs at the bottom so that I give credit to those efforts, and also you're welcome to visit them and check out what they do. Some research, some are startups, and so forth. So if you go to these sites, you can see that based on the image data set, they created very believable characters. They could be people, they could be cats, they could be dogs, they could be plants, anything. If you have the data set, you can train the system to create very believable images or replicas of them. Next. So what that really means in the application is that you can train the system based on the data to create things that you couldn't do before easily. It's like in this example, this is one of the latest research using some of the graph convolutional adversarial networks, GCNs, that you have an audio stream. It could be ballet, it could be hip hop, whatever. And you train the system based on the audio stream to come up with the video. So you can really sort of send a song from Cracker, and then it'll create the corresponding ballet movements because it's trained to do that. So imagine how easier this makes content and video creation, because you no longer have to do a lot of manual art creation and all that, and train your system, and then it'll create the video stream for you for corresponding movements. Next. Another use case is that from the 2D video, video stream, you can create 3D animation. Again, 3D animation tends to be super expensive, especially when you do high-end for gaming and movie production. You have these mocap, and you have the celebrity come in and puts a mocap, and then you record her, going through motions. And if you need to reshoot it again, you bring her back. So it's a very, very expensive production process. And in this case, you can have a 2D video stream of the person, and from that you can create 3D animation, and then you start articulating. Those could be generic, 3D sprites, or it could be some known characters from your gaming and others. Next. So, let's talk about obviously as a manifestation of all of these efforts, you have virtual beings or digital personas or avatars, and they're primarily driven by the number of technologies behind them. One of them is a large data sets to train the movements to make sure that the digital persona acts like a normal human being. So you train the system so that the body and arms movement, everything really replicates a believable human behavior. And they obviously run on GPUs, and you had typically they're created in game engines, Unity, Unreal. And behind them, you have a lot of deep learning algorithms. And if you look at the components of them, so image could be photorealistic, like Tails and other companies created very photorealistic, or Soul Machines from New Zealand, very photorealistic avatars that could be very effective for certain use cases for both consumer and enterprise. Or it could be cartoonish CGI, like in this case, or in our avatars for the conference. And if you look at the brain part is really a little bit overstating. The brain is usually understanding. If you're interacting with the avatar, you have the natural language understanding. Usually they're trained for a context. The generalized interactions usually don't work very well. They get divergent when you go into various topics. It's much better that if you're talking to your, say, your healthcare customer service, they're trained for customer service for healthcare data. They know that what you might ask about your visit and appointment or your issues. So they're very context sensitive driven. And eyes, if you're again interacting through a camera, they're trained to track you so that you have this feeling of connectiveness to the avatar. And the mouth, and for especially photorealistic avatar, you want to make sure that they talk like human. So again, there's a separate AI practice on that to make sure that the whole chin and mouth area, when you speak, coming from text to speech, all stream, it looks like a human speech behavior. And then the voice part is, I'll show you some examples of it. Again, this could be your own voice that you record, and then you can provide any text stream, and it'll sound like you, or it could be celebrity voice. It could be a generic voice created by AI. Next. So let's talk about the first grouping under media entertainment, and again, I'm going to, since it's such a broad concept, I'm going to focus on social influencers and concerts and gaming. Next. So obviously, from the celebrity perspective, leveraging AI and really creating content in AR, VR, and other forms, it gives them additional revenue streams. In a way, they sort of it gives them the ability to immortalize. If you've seen Will Smith's Gemini Man, which is a 2019 release, that means they were shooting in 2017, 2018, and sort of like almost 3-year-old technology. It's still very believable, right? He is fighting against his 20-year-old self and digital replica and high quality. Now, and that would be much, much easier to do with the current technologies. In like Robert Downey Jr., he can create, his digital personas in various forms. So for celebrities, it's a way to immortalize and monetize who they are. For film production or game production studios, it's a great way to really increase the productivity and production pipeline and create new forms of content. Next. So if you've seen The Crown, by the way, I'm a huge fan of it. In the latest season, season 4, Princess Anne is trying out for the Olympics. The actress who plays Princess Anne is not an Olympic level, writer, but the body double. So the AI basically replaced body double's face with the actress's face throughout the whole trial scene when she's riding the horse and jumping over. If you've seen this, that episode, and you can tell it's not Princess Anne actress, because AI was able to precisely capture the video stream of the body double's face and pixel by pixel replace it throughout the whole scene. So it looks very, very believable. You probably heard Lion King. Jon Favreau has been super innovator in the whole AR and VR space. He did a lot of virtual shooting of the Lion King before going to Africa. You can go, put your headsets on, look in the virtual reality setup, how the actors will look, how the scene will look. And also in terms of content creation, like the scene that the lion has limp, instead of having artists creating that limp and drawing a lot of images, they trained the AI to say he has a little limp and create that content animation for us. So again, the modern movie production has now significant use of AI, AR, and VR. Next. Next slide, please. So another use case is that we talked about voice AI. Again, you're check out the URL. So if you're a game designer and you have a lot of NPCs, these are non-playable characters in MMO, first person, whatever. The scene is enhanced. It becomes more interactive and gratifying with these characters running around. Sometimes you shoot them. Sometimes there's sort of side, stories, and a lot of they have prescribed scripts, and you can hire a voice actor, bring her in, and record all these things, and then you go into production, post-production, you realize, okay, we have to redo this, so bring it back. So again, this is a significantly cumbersome process. With the voice AI technology, you can say, hey, I'm going to hire her to be my voice actor, but I'm going to record her, capture her voice DNA. And then going forward, I will choose the attributes of the voice. And then I can provide any text stream during the post-production. I don't need to call her back, but I'll still pay her. And so the voice actor still monetizes her IP and talent, but for production for movies and games, it becomes much easier. So this is a Replica Studios runs on Unreal Engine. You can see that you can choose the emotions and all the sentiments and then run the text, and she'll speak that way. Next. Another use cases is really, again, these are generative environments that now people are performing, like The Weeknd, John Legend, and Travis Scott, and so forth. And this is Wave Concert with The Weeknd in August. It broke all kinds of TikTok records and over 3 million live audience. So it's another form of entertainment, not because of the pandemic, but because of the the ability for people to have access to these incredible global music stars in an environment that is very creative, very whimsical. And by the way, most of the time, artist chooses the environment that suits him and her. So, and again, these are attracting literally millions and millions of live audiences, and you'll see more the computer-generated events and really perform with talents, either they're digital replicas or there's some, again, other artificial characters. Next. So on the social interaction side, Ima, you probably know Kizuno Ai in Japan, and little Michaela. These are AI-generated CGI characters that have stories, and they're getting significant attention. They monetize extremely well. Most of these companies got funding, and not only for social on social platforms, they also monetize on the enterprise side. For example, Kizuno Ai is one of the official spokespeople of the Japanese travel industry. So she's out there promoting travel to Japan, obviously not in this market, but the ability of these digital characters to transcend consumer to enterprise dimensions is very, very proven and validated, and they're getting again millions of people following them. Next. And other aspect of the generative content. So if you look at the AI generative content for AR, VR, and other implementations for movie and gaming, we talked about the video and images. Other part is the text. And again, text for enterprise, text for consumer. And if you're writing a marketing plan, if you're writing an article, it's a significant effort, and we're living on this, on-demand news cycle. So you can train your system to say, I'm going to write about XYZ, and it'll go and collate the draft statement for you, and you can write that marketing plan off of that, or you can write your news story on that, or you can write your general story. So in this case, since I'm not a talented person, I wanted to write a poem about the virtuality, and I went to Google's verse by verse, and you choose 3 poets, and I chose 3 of them. And so the first line is mine, which is not very good, and the other 3 lines are inspired by these 3 poet styles. So you can see that if you're better talented than me, you can create a very interesting poem or any other text stream with little effort. Again, the impact on the productivity and of generative content any form is very, very significant. Next. So as a result, we have these virtual characters are literally drawing of fans, and both consumer and enterprise. And Microsoft's Xiaoji is, I think she's now over 300 million active fans. She's a agent initially created for enterprise use cases, but got a lot of attention. You probably know Hasuna Miku, and she's been around since 2010. And Luo Tianyi is a version of her, and her concerts are sold out over $200 per ticket. So you can see how they're monetizing for social engagement, social entertainment. Before I run out of time, I'll skip to the next slide. Next, please. So let's talk about the enterprise. Again, it really covers a lot of sectors. Next. If you look at, what it touches, it pretty much touches all sectors. And, some of them are surprising to me in terms of being early adopters. And since we're not coming from the healthcare industry, meaning my partner and I, we were surprised how fast healthcare industry has adopted the use of AI, AR, and VR. Obviously, you see it in fintech and education and customer service and entertainment. Next. Some sample use cases would be, this is Yumi, and she's created by Soul Machines for Procter & Gamble skincare line. So she interacts with you as an intelligent avatar. Again, this is sort of like the photorealistic version of the avatars I mentioned before. She understands your needs, and then she can recommend you what really is appropriate for your skin type and needs. And so this is a great use case for an enterprise and for brand engagement and brand promotion and product promotion. Next. Again, if you look at the sort of the use of AI and AR, VR, behind all these entertainment areas, like for example, when you're on Netflix and watching The Crown, in behind the scene, Netflix and Amazon and others, they really collate all data and say, okay, Marco enjoys the Vikings, therefore he should probably enjoy The Last Kingdom. So there's a significant AI component to deliver relevant content to you, and it encompasses all these sectors. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to jump to the next slide if we run out of time. And we talk about entertainment, but the profound impact of AI, AR, and VR is really impacting and bettering our lives. This is Apprentice.io. They came up with an AI and AR platform for the next generation drug manufacturing, and they've been working with the top 5 COVID vaccine developers. And I highlighted the bottom part because it does really increase time to market. As you know, as a result of the incredible effort by the pharma companies, we now have vaccines becoming available, and Apprentice, a small startup that worked with the top 5 vaccine developers, their contribution has been profound and really helped improve our lives. So you can see on media entertainment how AI, AR, and VR are improving and protecting us for better social life and better personal health. Next. And I'm going to finish this with the sort of embodiment of everything I said. This is a Chinese new agency, Xinhua. So they created a digital avatar of one of their anchor people, and this is a real person, but it's a digital persona of him. And they also captured his voice. They trained the system with his voice, and then they provide a text stream, whatever the current text stream is. And then he basically reads it to you. Again, I have a PDF file. I won't be able to show any of these, but go to the URLs. So you'll see that the modern sort of news delivery is given to you by someone you know and appreciate, but that person still monitors his or her likeliness, but gives news organization additional ability to deliver news almost 24/7 and in a realistic and believable way. This is sort of where I think the broadcasting industry is going to. And with the next slide, that concludes my presentation. Really thank you for your time. Merci beaucoup. And if you have any questions, I have about 6-7 minutes. I'll be happy to take your questions and answer. And also please follow us on Twitter and other places. Reach out to us. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have and have a follow-on discussion. Thanks again. I'm not able to hear you, but if there are any questions. I'm not hearing any questions. Looks like maybe there isn't any, but I do thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the talk of Jean-Christophe Sagdavang, is going to speak about the main factors which can help to improve education through mixed reality. So thanks, Jean-Christophe. It's your turn.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jean-Christophe Sagdavang from the University of Toulouse. I'm researcher in the CLE laboratory, which is a cognitive psychology and ergonomics lab. And I'm doing most of my researches about virtual reality and education, and also about video games ergonomics. Today, my presentation will be about the main factors to improve education through mixed reality. I will review results from researches in cognitive psychology. At the end of my presentation, if some arguments were not enough understandable, please do not hesitate to ask me questions. The structure of my presentation will be the following. First, I will try to define mixed reality and learning. Then, I will talk about the common factors which are impacting learning. These factors have been deeply studied by researchers. Then, I will talk about specific factors to mixed reality. These factors are quite new and not always enough studied. I will conclude by some guidelines for e-learning mixed reality designers. I will now define what I have called mixed reality and learning. Mixed reality is a domain which includes virtual reality and augmented reality. It goes from camera-enabled smartphones to augmented reality glasses such as Microsoft HoloLens or to classic virtual reality headsets. This is the virtuality continuum from Milgram and Kishino. As you can see, on the left, you have a real environment that you can enrich with augmented reality elements. It is to say, information, 3D objects, which are not real. It can be information or virtual elements. Then, if you watch this picture from the right to the left now, you can see virtual environment as you can imagine it with a head-mounted headset, so the usual virtuality, in which virtual environment you can add real elements such as photos, videos from reality. And now if you join the two parts of this graphics, you can understand that you have a continuum going from the reality that you can augment with information, and then you have the center part, and then you have virtual environment which are enriched with real elements and going to fully virtual environment. This is what we call the virtuality continuum. The mixed reality is in the middle of this graphics, the mixed reality as I call it. I will use this graphics as my reference in the following speech, and I will reuse it to show you a few dimensions, interesting dimensions. I will now provide an overview of the generic factors impacting learning with technology and with mixed reality according to cognitive psychology. Here you can see a representation of the human memory system. You can see the two parts with long-term memory, short-term memory, and I have emphasized the three parts which are the most interesting for us. The usual knowledge, which are part of the semantic memory, which is a part of the declarative memory. It can be, for example, knowledge about grammar structure for pupils, knowledge about geography for high school students, or knowledge about blood for nurses or physicians. The second interesting part is about the skills, which can be motor or cognitive. They are a part of the procedural memory, which is part of the non-declarative memory. Skills can be about airplane maintenance procedures for aviation technicians. It can be skills about driving for driving school students, for example. So these two parts are interesting us a lot because it is most of the knowledge we would like to transmit thanks to mixed reality. And it is important to understand the nature of it. Then there's a third part I have emphasized, which is about classical conditioning, which is used, for example, by psychologists to help to fight against phobia or traumatism. For example, they use it to fight against fear of spiders or fear to speak in public, which you can localize by new conditioning. Now that we have seen these three parts, I will speak about the working memory. We all have a working memory, and this working memory has a capacity that you should not overload. According to Sweller and al., this is the structure of a working memory. While you are learning something, the first part is the intrinsic load. This part is bound to the learning task itself. For example, if you are learning how to control an airplane part for a technician, or if you are learning how to install an infusion for a nurse. This is the most important part, but we usually don't know that there are two other parts which can overload the working memory. The extraneous load is connected to all the things which are not really the intrinsic load. For example, understanding the human-computer interface. If you are in VR, understanding the many functionalities of the controllers. But it could be if you are making a learning task with mental maps that you have to build. The learners may not be used to build this kind of maps, and this will use a part of their cognitive load. This part will be an extraneous load. So, to have good learning, we must take care about having the lowest possible extraneous load. And then there's a third part that most of the people do not know, which is called the germane load, and which is used by our brain to build mental schemes, to build the knowledge. This is allowing the learning. And if there is no space, if there is no load for this German load, you will not learn. As we tell in French, it will enter by one ear and exit by the other one. So it's worthless. It is very important to take care of this structure of the memory. You can see here an example of a good learning where the working memory is not overloaded, and another example with a bad learning where the extraneous load is too high, and so there is no way to learn because the working memory is overloaded. I will use this example to tell you a few words about the debate that cognitive psychology researchers have currently about learning and VR. I have made a study with VR Museum where I have found that learners are learning better if they are active in the VR environment, if they decide where they go, if they decide what to see and watch. But there is another research which is showing that when the users are active in VR, because there are a lot of stimuli, then the extraneous load is high and the long-term memory learning is worst. So we need further investigations to understand what it is really happening, in which cases, and that's why we should not trust only intuition about the subject, but really follow what the research are telling us and what they will tell us in the future. In order to respect the working memory, Puma and Trico in their researches have shown that there are 4 points to take care a lot. First one is the learning task in order not to overload the working memory. Then the learning materials are quite important because they may overload the extraneous memory. Then you have to take into account the learner's expertise, because if the learner is a beginner about a subject, your learning task has to be smaller. And if the learner is a beginner, not about the learning, but about the learning topic, but about the way you are learning, then the extraneous load may be too high. And finally, the fourth point is the time. If you let more time, if you allow the learner to have pauses, then it can learn better because it will lower the cognitive load. That's why adaptive learning may be a way to solve the working memory problems. If we apply this to VR or mixed reality controllers or hand recognition, it's important to make the controls very intuitive and common with the other application that users knows. It is really important not to make complex combinations of buttons or sticks. Or if you have to do it, you have to build pre-training sessions. It's also important to use common control strategies as Android or iOS are doing for mobile design. If you are making augmented reality, this is interesting because it can lower the extraneous load, taking advantage of real-world objects, which are more intuitive. There is also another way to lower the working memory load. You can use the two channels that Badley has shown, which are not using the same working memory resources. It is, from one side, the visual spatial sketchpad, and from the other side, the phonological loop, which means that you can put an audio and something written or a graphics at the same time, and it will not use the same resources. It will not be added in the working memory load. This is really important to use this. And at the opposite, it is important to avoid to have for the same channel different sources of attention. For example, it is obvious that you never have two speakers at the same time. But it is less obvious, and you can see it often in learning website documents, that you have nearby a text and a video, which are using the same channel. So for VR, we can, for example, have at the same time an avatar talking with you and observe some phenomena. This will be quite effective. For mixed reality, we have another challenge because we have spatial sound and the user can move near one source or another one. This is really a new challenge because it has not yet been studied, and it may be quite useful to lower the working memory and to make new ways of learning, letting the user active in choosing which source you want to use. The Meyer principles and the theory of multimedia learning are really interesting for mixed reality. Meyer has proposed 12 principles, and I have selected 3 of them for us. The first one is matching with the previous slide, and it's telling us that people learn better from graphics and narration than from graphics, narration, and on-screen tests. The second one is the spatial contiguity principle, and we should really use it in virtual reality, where we can superimpose real elements, virtual elements, words, pictures, and put them very near. This will be an important principle. And the third one is the temporal contiguity principle. People really learn better where corresponding words and pictures are presented simultaneously rather than successively. And we can really do this in virtual reality, in augmented reality, easily. I will now present you some scientific results about working memory and virtual reality and augmented reality. First of them, a study from Parang and Meyer about how the cells in the human bloodstream work in VR has shown that the VR may increase cognitive load. So it's important to make pauses and summaries in your virtual reality learning materials. Billinghurst and Wenzer have made a meta-analysis about augmented reality instructional designs. And what of their main findings are that augmented reality supports the understanding of complex phenomena. It's really helpful for spatial and temporal concepts. It's helping to emphasize the relationship between the real and the virtual object and really provide an intuitive interaction. So it's really important to use it when you do augmented reality designs. Another meta-analysis from Santos and al. Shows us important things about augmented reality and mixed reality. When you augment reality, you can build, make real-world annotation. You can make visualization with contextual information. With embodied interaction, you can do visual haptic visualization. And you can extend the multimedia theory by replacing pictures by real objects. Real objects are displayed in the augmented reality, either through the screen or holograms. So you can really continue to use the spatial and contiguity principle. Another result that we have found is that people learn better because they are creating meaning from their personal experience, and this is really better for learning. Another meta-analysis from Radu emphasized on the fact that augmented reality and mixed reality are really improving the learning of spatial structure and how it works. It's really good when you have physical activity, and one of the study was about tank repair and maintenance. It's good for long-term memory, it's improving collaboration and motivation. But you have to take care about attention. The tunneling effect may decrease the performance. The cognitive tunneling effect is when you focus too much on one point and forget the other ones. For example, a plane pilot who is too much focused on the head-mounted display information and who forget to watch through the windows of the plane. I will end this enumeration of scientific results by Radu's one, which is proving that augmented reality and mixed reality really help to understand spatially complex or invisible elements. For example, in their experiment, they were studying magnetic forces in speakers, displaying them with augmented reality, which has helped a lot students to understand these invisible forces. So we should use this. I will now tell you a few words about mixed reality specific factors. I'll visit again the virtuality continuum with the idea of learning. You can see at the left the real learning environment and at the right the virtual learning environment. And we are having our journey from this real learning environment to the virtual learning environment. The mixed reality for learning space is in between these two ones. The augmentation will be the digital information helping to learn or to understand the material. And we are searching how to make it easier. If we have a look at the implementation, we can see that augmented reality can be implemented by augmented reality headsets with 6 degrees of freedom and controllers with also 6 degrees of freedom or hands recognition. And another way to do it can be a simple tablet, smartphone with an integrated camera, and then you have 3 or 6 degrees of freedom. And if we go to the right, we can have the virtual environment in a virtual reality headset or in a simple computer screen. I will now talk about two objective technical dimensions. I call them objective because they are not dependent on the subject. They are dependent on the implementation. On this slide, it will be about the control and interaction, and on the next one, it will be about immersion. There are not many studies about the effect of control interaction with the learning environment and the effectiveness of the learning. So it's really a work in progress. What I have shown on this paper from 2019 is that the more the user, the learner is interacting, is active, the more he is learning. Now it's really to find out which kind of interaction are helping and not overloading the working memory. The interaction can be about moving, it can be about the controllers, it can be, if you are with a tablet and an integrated camera, about turning around the object that you are augmenting. So that's, again, a very interesting challenge, but we don't have any definitive answer. The other objective technical dimension is immersion. It's again completely dependent on the implementation. It is obvious that with a head-mounted device, a virtual reality headset, you are completely immersed. With augmented reality glasses, such as Microsoft HoloLens, you are not completely immersed. With a small screen, it's less than with a very big wide screen. In her studies, Johanna has shown that immersion and also control are improving learning. But in a study that I've made with my colleagues, Nathalie Huet and Morgan Burtz, we haven't found any result comparing the learning with tablet and the learning with virtual reality headset. So it needs more studies to be sure that there is really an effect. Of course, intuition tells us that it does, but it's not so sure, and it's absolutely not proven yet. I will now speak about a subjective variable, which is quite important and that a lot of researchers are confusing with the immersion one. The immersion is completely dependent of implementation. The presence is depending on the subject. Presence is much more than immersion and can be very different from one learner to another one. To feel present is to have a sense of being in a world generated by the computer instead of just using a computer. You feel you are there. This feeling of presence is influences performance, training, engagement, and motivation. So it's quite an important variable, and you really have to check it by studying with your learning device and participants. So it needs a study in order to know if you are really bringing this feeling of presence. You can split the presence into 3 dimensions: the spatial presence, the social presence, and the self presence. And the 3 ones are important. In the self presence dimension, you can encounter the embodiment, where the avatar can be important, and also it's important to choose between first and third person, as Breché has shown. If the learner can see his body, then the episodic memory will work better. So it's quite important to take care about it, especially if you are working also on spatial memory. Embodied cognition can be a key in learning with mixed reality. The main difference between the usual cognitivism and embodied cognition is that in the first one, the human is seen as a computer with a main processor in his head. And with embodied cognition, we think that humans use their sensory neutral structure to create multisensory representation of their environment. The whole body is used to learn and think and retrieve information from memory. So motor system, perceptual systems are important and participate actively to the encoding and recall processes. What we can try to remember is that the use of motor or perception can make learning easier. And this is really easy to do with mixed and virtual reality. Now I will try to give you some guidelines for e-learning mixed reality designers. So what should we remember? Mixing vocal and visual channels, lower physical distance between the concept, for example, between the real elements and the augmented elements in an augmented reality learning. Take care about the cognitive load when we design VR learning sessions and make them the most intuitive we can, especially about the interactions. This will lower the extrinsic load. Make pauses and summaries between the learning steps. Increase the feeling of presence as it's helping the learning. Make the learner active as much as you can, and use embodied cognition when it's adapted to the learning. Even if mixed reality is not new, there are not so many scientific results about it. The important now is to remember to follow future researches, watching about immersion, presence, cognitive load, embodiment, realism and abstraction also, and diegeticity. If you have any questions.
Thanks, Jean-Christophe. If you have any question in the public, you can ask question on chat of the public conversation of the auditorium. On your left, you have a menu and you can ask questions in the chat.
Thank you. As an example that I have students working, it's about nurses school where they are teaching how to do, for as I was giving as an example of, I forgot the word, or all the things the nurse can do to you, and that it's better that they train. And this, they are doing it with VR, with virtual reality. I'm reading the second question. Yes, motivation is also it's very important. I don't really see. I haven't read the same article as you, so I don't really. Oh, it's overcoming. Yeah. Motivation is important. I wanted to speak about it, but it was had already made 30 minutes, so it was too short to speak about motivation. So I'm making studies about motivation. It's really, it can help, but there's nothing specific really to virtual reality, except that it's new and it can be more engaging. To monitor the cognitive load, it's really a challenge because we have the usual questionnaire with us NASA Telix, but there is no, I was having this chat with another researcher who is more specialist about video games, and there is no really, most of the tests are either subjective or it's to add another task. So we use another task and we see if the person is able to do the first task and the other task. But when it's about learning, it's much more difficult. If it's about a video game, we can do it. But if it's really about learning, we don't really know how to do except by a subjective questionnaire. Yeah, I hope we will have similar results for virtual reality. There are a lot of researches, but they are not giving for now really results. But how to tell, virtual reality is an old technology. It was existing 20 years ago, but that it has been common, that you can find it everywhere, is not so old, and that's why there's not a lot of scientific results, because we need time. What kind of instructional design models can be more well suited? Yeah, I cannot answer now what are the best instructional design models for now. I'm sorry, I don't have. I think it's very important to study the user experience during the learning process. A lot of points that I was telling are in this are part of the components of the user experience, which is can be seen from one point wider and from the other point smaller. But it's very important, the user experience. Acceptability also.
Well, thanks, Jean-Christophe. I don't know if we have
Thank you.
more questions. Well, thank you very much, Jean-Christophe, and I'm going to close this session. So thanks for the question of the public, and thanks again, Jean-Christophe.
Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Julien, for the invitation.
You're welcome.